I should always have this ready, huh? Oh, come on.
I found this on.
Oh. Just give me a few seconds, guys, and I'll be right with you. Ew. The heck game is back to the Witcher. Oh. I'm always seeing what everybody else is doing. There we go. Okay. Now, all my iPad has to do is cooperate, and I'll be a happy little camper eventually at some point. Oh. I think. I try to set things up. Okay, so now I'm over here. I had to, because it kind of takes away from what I'm trying to do here, obviously. But, oops. It is potatoes. Yeah, I want those because, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I had to take away from, I had to set my farm to private because I remember telling you that some of the problems were, if I needed to switch screens and things like that to go to, my other farm. Because my farm is literally, for the past few days, has been up and running 24/7. And so, and I thought, but I thought I would have time to kind of harvest and put things down, stuff like that. And it's been slightly difficult. And one of the other things I also was running around doing too was upgrading some of my shops. And then obviously the sad part was, let me see, what do I got for, oh, okay. So that's was that, it's like, oops, why won't it let me do that? Oh, because it's being stupid, I guess. I don't know. Oh, yeah, I want 3 of those because I do. But anyway, guys, I wanted to say good morning and good afternoon and good evening, whichever time zone you're in. But no, I decided to, shut my farm down for a little bit to get to my second farm. My second farm. To get to my second farm in third because I do have quests. Lucky coins is spring, I believe. I'll have to check again. But anyhow, it is what it is. I actually finished the event, which was a surprise to me. Not as in, getting all the coins and things like, getting all the favor stuff. I didn't finish it in that aspect, no. Um, but other than that, I got all the items, and one of the things that was really surprising was they had the Ninja Cat ones, which was pretty awesome. He says, "Ooh, look at those! Those are awesome." I really appreciated that. Um, but I was literally depleting all my stuff, so I said I have to work my butt off and get what I need and stuff like that. So I did, for like I just shut it down and just had to do what I had to do. Though there was, and I know this happens to a lot of people. Um, One of the things is when, oops, is like when you're putting like sometimes when you put your signage up, you got to be careful how you do that, with the width and the depth and all that sort of stuff, if that's what you're going to be doing. But, yeah, yes, because like, whereas I run my event farm, I have to kind of like say, oh, I'm running out of this and I'm running out of that. You know what I mean? It's just crazy. So that's where I'm at anyway. Anywho, anyhow, and so yeah, I had to kind of like shut my farm down a couple of times, but like I said, I do know that there are some people because it's happened to me this time around, it's happened to me a couple, like twice, I think it was. I'd go to my computer and see what's going on with it, with the game. And then basically I'd like, oh, it's not online. So, of course, I had to turn it back on and stuff like that. So, and I think that's just kind of like a normal thing. It doesn't necessarily mean it's your Xbox or your consoles. Sometimes it could just be like the server you're on, and it'll just kick you out, and then that's not good. Oh, didn't I have yes, I did. Okay, I'm just gonna double check something. I know that this house is not done. Yeah, I didn't think so. I keep forgetting about this house over here. I mean, I started this days ago. But the beauty about it is, which I said to myself, can I travel there? And I was like, yes, I can. Even though, let's say, for example, you're just starting out and you're putting your houses down or whatever. Why is that? Oh, because that. Oh, 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 oh. Lucky Coins is spring? Yeah, Lucky Coins is spring. Let me just see something. I'm going to double check. Yeah. Oh, and I think that's quested too, huh? Oh, well, I'll wait till spring. I'm not going to cry about it. I'll wait. Yep. Okay. So, let me get into my tomatoes again. And I think what I'm going to end up doing too is I want to cut this one short, this game. And the reason being is, even though it's going to say Farm Together 2 and all that sort of stuff, and I probably should have put it in the title, I'm going to show you a new game I've been playing. And it's really not a half bad game. It's sort of new. Um, I think it's cute. And it's very, very different from Farm Together, just so you all know. Um, but I actually enjoy the game. Um, it's a single player game, very inexpensive game. The developer has a really he has a dedication and devotion to this game. He's dedicated it basically to he has like these little dogs, and apparently one of them that he'd had for a very long time passed away. So apparently he came up with this idea to he dedicated his game called Teddy's Rest. I think that was the dog's name. I could be wrong, but he dedicated the game to his pet. But like I said, it's a really interesting game. It's not. I'll put it to you this way. I kind of if you compare it to this game, that game is more of a slow paced, relax, do what you want kind of thing. Um, you have a shop, and basically you supply it with stuff from the outside as well as the inside, and it's just incredibly amazing. Oh, now I got tomatoes full again. Um, the beauty of the game, though, that I kind of like is it's very slow pace. Pretty much you can open a shop whenever you feel like it, but obviously the goal is to earn money and sell your stuff off. Oh, wait a minute. Do I have to? I don't think so, but let me double check something. Oh, oh, when did those things become quest items? Yeah, thank you for telling me. Okay, so wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a second. I'm going to take that out. That's weird. Okay, so 1 minute it is and 1 minute it's not. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I only needed one and it's. Oh my lord. Give me a break. Okay, so I'll put my balloons down. Make them happy. Do you see that though, guys? I needed just one turnip thing. Oh man. How many times have you ever done, like, you laid down all you needed for quest items and then you come to find out that, you know, it's not complete because you need one more? Yeah. Okay. But anyway, I was very busy doing, upgrading my shops, going broke as usual. It's kind of like what else is new. Um, oh, okay, grapes. But anyways, I want to get back to the Teddy's Rest game because I think some of you might like it, some of you might go, oh, it's kind of slow pace. And honestly, it is a slow pace game. It's like I said, it's not as fast as Farm Together or some of the other ones. Teddy's Rest, you can get it through Steam. It's very inexpensive. Um, and like I said, it just recently came out. So it is still like an early development, but it has a lot of great potential. Um, so, and I actually liked it. I mean, I was like amazed at. Wait till you see this, guys. Like, I'm not sure if the developer because he doesn't like AI in his game. So there, I can understand that. And that's the new fandangly thing is AI in your games. And honestly, I when I used to work on games as far as like guest programming and stuff like that, writing it out or whatever. And I was using an app. We didn't have the AI thing, so when I was reading some of the things he was saying, he mentioned the AI, and I'm like, okay. And again, I do know what that is. Um, because I remember Larry, like, I don't know, a few years ago, well, yeah, a few years ago. I'm sitting in my other room, but I could also just turn over and look and see. And I remember he was watching this boxing thing, right? So, and it looked practically real. You know what I mean? It was like, I was like watching it, and then I was like, so I actually got up. I went over to the TV because he had a big screen. I went over to it, and I'm like, wait a second. Wait a second. Then I realized it was AI. It's just like if you're watching certain things in Twitch, for example, um, some of the streamers create their videos using AI, rather than, I don't know, their character and stuff. And I remember watching this thing with this girl dancing and this other one dancing and singing and stuff. And then I said, wait a second, they're AI. So, I mean, more power to you, I guess. But I don't know. I just really never looked into AI as far as it being incorporated into games. So there you go. Um, but I do know, like with this game here, I mean, you can tell it's obviously it's in early stages. But he's very diligent when it comes to working on his game, and he does listen to his people, which is fabulous. And I look for that in these newer games, like how much of do the devs listen, pay attention, look for feedback, stuff like that. And this guy, apparently, he mainly does the game on his own. I think he has a few other people working with him, but it is what it is. And he's out of California, so there's that. But I mean, it's really sweet how his game is set up. So, have a take. And by the way, I want to let you know too, you guys can try it out for free. It's a demo. Like I said, it's called Teddy's Rest, and so therefore you're not obligated to buy it. And it's like I said, it's a pretty decent game. It's not that bad. This other game I tried out as a demo, I was not happy with it. I'm like, so that because I also try to find games, well, at least for me anyway, I try to find games that I can use my controller with. Nine times out of ten, if a game is keyboard mouse kind of thing, I shy away from that because I'm just not used to that stuff. I'm just not. So I try to stick with stuff that I can use my controller with, and that way I'm happy, and stuff like that. Because, like I said, I don't know how many of you, like, I play on my PC. I can when I It's like when I play on my Xbox. Yeah, we all know we can use a controller, but when I play on my PC, I look for games that are compatible with my controller. Sometimes I've run across games. It's kind of like a semi. It, I want. It's like semi controller compatible, and I'd be like, okay, so what does that mean? You know what I'm saying? Oh, you did not do that. Yes, you did, but that's okay. The power of gas helps me out a lot. Here's my little piggies. How you doing today? Um, but that's the drawback. Seriously, is that for me when I play PC games, I really like it if I can use my controller. If I can't, well, it just depends on the game. Like, that's another thing, too, about Teddy's Rest. You can use your controller, but I will tell you this. There are certain parts in the game that, you know what? All you need to do is use your mouse, and that's it. You don't really have to use your controller as much, but there's just a couple of things that you can do which are very helpful, and because it makes your game go a lot faster. So there's that. But I don't want it to be a spoiler when you play the demo. But I will tell you right now, there is no killing in this game at all. Nothing kills you. Um, they have the most unusual animals. When I say most unusual, that's where it gets. And then, of course, when you're okay, so you're in your shop, and it's an enchant, it's a shop that sells all kinds of stuff. But the beauty of it is they sell potions and um, let me see, potions, weapons, clothing's. I see, because right now I've got it up to level 16 or 17. And then they sell crystals, ores, things like that. They sell a lot of different little odds and ends in the shop, but it's really cute. But you can also hire. I'm not going to say it, but I only use one throughout. Um, for example, you might when you first start out, you have to go on out and get get stuff to just kind of so you can sell it out of your shop. You go out and harvest stuff, and that is in itself is really easy. Um, I know Ace would like this part. It does have chickens in it. Oh, Ace, wait till you see the chickens. Unbelievable. Um, and it has ducks. It has, let me see, it has chickens, ducks, sheep, um, and these other dinosaur looking animals and crocodiles kind of things. And none of them you will never get harmed in that game, ever. Like, you could fall off a cliff and you won't die. So it's not at all like that. As a matter of fact, and I could probably tell you, but as a matter of fact, when you're playing the game, you can fly, which is nice. You can run, fly, fishing. Oh my gosh, I like the fishing. The fishing is kind of sort of fun. Um, it's not difficult. Trust you me. It's not like you're yanking down and you got to go left, you got to go right. This guy had in mind to make it easy, in that sense for people to play every aspect of the game without it being complicated. And that's what I like. It's not a complicated game. It's you don't have to figure things out. The only thing that you really have to figure out is supplying stuff with your shop, and that's really easy in itself. I mean, you go around, you can collect berries, crystals, and ores, and then stuff from the animals. And that part's easy. I mean, it truly is. Good morning, Maya. How are you today? But I mean, this game it's really cute, and I see, and I know it's going to mess people up, but what I want to try to do is, X when I'll try to exit out of this game here. I know it's going to pick up the other game rather than, see, because if I turn around and rename what I'm doing, it's still going to say like Farm Together Now. Why? The Whoa. Did you guys see that? Wow, is it because I guess so. That's really weird. Fuel depot didn't wow, it didn't fill my tank up. That's kind of weird. Okay, so I don't need wheat. Okay. But I do need. Oh, guys, have you taken a look? I'm having my coffee too. Did you guys have a look at what the zebras are dropping? So I'm assuming the future zebras will be dropping the same. Let me just. I already did that one. Yeah, I need one. Woohoo. Um, I was looking. Okay, so when I was let me just put it to you this way. When I was harvesting the zebras today, right? Um, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but okay, they give you diamonds, yay us, and then confetti. Okay, this is during the event. But I'm a little curious about something. When I was harvesting the zebras, like today, I was like, wait a second. It looked as though they were dropping wool, but the weird thing about it was like it would turn from white to black. So I'm like, are the other zebras going to be dropping wool as opposed to, obviously the confetti? I'm just a little curious about that, only because, you know, what they drop. And if you look, I wonder if that's going to change because they give you 20 diamonds, which is sweet. So, I mean, I really wonder about that. I wonder if when after the event is over with, because the rabbits so far give you the most diamonds, the Easter rabbits, if you have them. Um, but I'm just kind of curious. The zebras are going to give us 20, so now I'm kind of wondering, is that temporary until, and I mean, and so you have to also look at the zebras being an event zebra, like the event Easter rabbits, those ones. So I'm just a little curious as though, okay, so we'll get 20 diamonds. Well, not, some years will get less because mine's are finally P5s, prestige to 5, and I am not going to let it go up higher than that. I could, but you know what? It is what it is, and I'm not going to overexert myself with having a bazillion um, zebras. I'm not going to do that. When the event's over with, what I'm going to do is I think I have like over 16,000 of them, right? Or yeah, I have like 16,000 zebras. So what I'm going to probably end up doing is knocking it down to maybe a couple of thousand. And hopefully somebody will, out of the kindness of their heart, harvest them. If they don't, they don't. I mean, I understand. I totally get it. You know what I mean? Because I did have a farm set up with the lettuce, and then what I did was row by row, I had my farm set up with the items you get from the event, which would give you diamonds and things like that, or confetti, or puzzle pieces. And honestly, not a lot of people were like, gun ho and happy, and they would go over there and harvest them. They wouldn't. So there's that. Like, see how these here are your romantic balloons, and they give you puzzle pieces, you know. And that's what I did. I set it up so I would have, the puzzle pieces all ready to go, just up there, all the ones that do that. And I had them really nicely all set up. But honestly, a lot of people didn't jump for the stuff like they didn't. I mean, yeah, they would come for the lettuce, But when it came to doing and when it came to doing the, getting your puzzle pieces and the confetti and stuff like that, I wasn't getting too many people jumping on those. I really wasn't. I mean, I even put poinsettias in thinking, okay, people will jump on those. Nope. So I mean, guys, don't get disappointed if why is that? Why is that like that? Oh, I guess I do. Um, well, see, it's a 4 hour wait, and I don't know. I mean, honestly, let me just take a look at that event. Let me see something here. Quest log. Okay, Fluffy Festival details. Okay, so here's the thing about those. I mean, in all honesty, um, okay. So here's the dealio. Okay, right here, right on the very tippity top. What does it say? Tinkerbell's 12,000. I had 15 or 16,000. Right. When you go down here, which says gather zebras, 6,000 by yourself. So then you're looking at having to gather 6,000. So I figure when I put the 15,000 up of the zebras and the Tinkerbells, I thought that was kind of sufficient. If I did let's say 10,000, what I don't. Well, now see the thing about the Tinkerbells, because they're done in an hour. Because I know it's going to happen. Let me and I fixed this, Ace. If you're there, I fixed it. Let me see. And I knew what the problem was too. I was sitting there going, "Oh, you got to be kidding!" I did. I mean, I don't know if I did it or it was just kind of like I wasn't paying attention. But thank you. Let me just do my corn again. My God. Okay. Um. See, I fixed the lines, by the way, Ace, and it took me. You know what? And that's when I discovered I know how and why that might have happened with the breaks in them. Maybe, maybe could be. I don't know. But I mean, I have it where like the Tinkerbells. Um, I have. Let me see. Let me see if I can look at the count. Okay, so I have 16,000 Tinkerbells, right? With water, it's 1 hour. You could stagger them if you wanted to. I do know not a lot of people, unless I do know that a lot of people, when they come here, they obviously want the zebras. But I do know when they come here now, it's not so much for the Tinkerbells. And I think it's because the initial first day, everybody wants to get their 6,000 Tinkerbells done. And, or however many they are. And like their zebras, and obviously that was the hardest part because my zebras, they obviously weren't ready. I would think, I hate to say it this way, but I would think day one, because it took Ace and I a little bit under an hour to lay everything out. Well, to lay everything out. And for some silly reason, I thought I watered them, but apparently not. So then Ace was kind enough to put the sprinklers down for me. So which meant, it was a little bit more. But the thing is, the time-consuming one was definitely the zebras. That was the problem. So people would come, get their Tinkerbells, things like that. But they also had to wait for 4 hours. Now, I'm sorry, and it's kind of like if you just, if the event obviously started for you, and I did, and I left my farm open publicly, by the way, and I and I was streaming it. But here's the thing. There was this one player, which was very sweet of them. They came and helped, like with the corn, because when Ace was putting the zebras down, I ran out of corn, of course. Naturally, for 16,000 zebras, hello. But that was okay. But the other person was kind enough to help out, which was great. Um, so it took us about a little bit under an hour to literally get, like all the Tinkerbells down and the zebras down. So let's say hypothetically you go to a farm and it's 5 minutes after the farm is, like the event is open. And I'm sorry, but I don't care who you are. If you had gone to a farm and you had seen it where everything was set up and ready to go, something was very wrong with that picture. And I'm going to probably say it wrong, but I guess the other new thing, well, it's not a new thing, it's an old thing. The new thing people were doing, especially with event farms, were time jumping or jumping time or some stuff like that. And I don't even want to know. I mean, I know what it is. I kind of looked it up. Someone explained it to me, and I said, "Are you serious? People are doing that?" You know, guys, ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you something. This game was meant to have fun and enjoy yourself, you know, and this is not a competitive game. Get over yourselves. We are adults here. We're not children. So, stop pointing your fingers. But the thing is that when people gotta go, oh, I gotta have my event farm up now. Stop it. Really, stop it. Because you take away from those that bust their butt to set up the farm. Because I know for me, when I set this up, do you know how many days ago before the event, I did the fences, I put the sprinklers, well, I thought I did. I mean, the fences, I mean, I set it all up. I put the signs up, I put everything up. So that way, when the event started, yeah, I knew, even if I had to do it by myself, I knew that it would take me an hour or maybe more to do it that way. But, I didn't have to speed jump my game or whatever you want to call it. I didn't have to do that. I had friends that came, helped me with my farm. I had a regular visitor come to my farm and help me, because that's what Farm Together is all about. You help each other. Don't help yourself, you help each other. And I'm sorry if people, and let me tell you something, I don't cry about it. If people don't come to my farm when it's a non event, I don't worry about it. Honestly, I really don't. And you shouldn't either. Um, I mean, I know a lot of people, and I'm kind of guilty of it. I know a lot of people love these long lines. They love it. They absolutely do. Me, I don't know. When I go to a farm, I mean, if it's really congested with stuff, I might go there and do a few things and leave. When I say by congested, I mean, if they have all these decorations and roads and, just stuff. And it's not saying that that farm is a bad farm or anything else. It's what I'm saying is I want to be able to go to a farm. I want to be able to just go there, harvest. If I can earn favor, great. But see, if you look, my favor is 579 over 205. Okay? So, which means, probably, hopefully, I will probably have pretty close to 1,000 favor. And you know what that means? That means when I go to somebody else's farm, I mean, I won't be necessarily using my favor to, to do whatever needs to get done. I won't do that. I'll do it for my friends if they seriously need to double up on their flowers or whatever that they need. I will happily use my favor then, because they're friends of mine. If I go to a stranger's farm, because here's the new story and the new rumor now. Before it was flowers, now it's going to be donkeys. So if you get booted from a farm that has a crap load of donkeys, And if you get booted, or if you're told, hey, by the way, you have to use your favor here, guess what? Leave, because they will kick you. I've heard these stories, and I think it's a shame when people got to do that. I think it's a shame just because, especially if they're low level or whatever. I think it's a shame when someone is told, "Oh, you know what? If you gotta, if you want to harvest on my farm, you need to use your favor." You know something? I could probably type it out and say to them, "You can kiss my you know what where the sun don't shine." You know what I'm saying, people? I just I just don't understand. I think if a person comes to my farm, I am blessed to have them come here, number one. And number two is that I'm happy that they come to my farm just because they need to get favor. And by the way, and I've told this to people over the past few days of the event, I said, don't worry about the tickets. I don't care about the tickets. Don't. If I could delete that ticket shop, I would. But I just want you all to know that, if you come to my farm, you're more than welcome to come here. Um, I mean, sure, I know some of you need XP, so it depends on what farm I'm on. But, when the event is running, and like right now I'm doing my stream, yes, I'm on my first farm. Okay, but here's the thing. Should I want to decide to go to my second and third farm, I can't when I'm streaming and people are here. Because to me, you're right, Maya, that's rude. I won't just go, oh, well, I'm going to my second farm, I'm going to my third farm. Now, I'm not going to do that. I mean, basically, that's why for the past 2 or 3 days, I have not been, or 2 days, 3 days streaming. The reason why I have not been streaming is because, I'm sorry, I don't want to bore you guys to death with you sitting there and me sitting here and I'm twiddling my thumbs waiting for people because they're here for the event. So I don't want to stream this game during that event time, especially the first few days. It's crazy because I've had umpteen people come here and it's just totally crazy. And then there's that drawback that when they come here, there's the zebras are not ready because why? They have to wait 4 hours. So, but I'm good with that. I'm really good with that. If you have to wait, 4 hours, I have to wait 4 hours. But shame on those. Shame, shame, shame on those that had their zebras and, stuff ready. I'm just saying, shame on you. And I know of people that have 3 to 4 accounts. When I say 3 to 4 accounts, pay attention. That doesn't mean like they have 3 or 4 farms. They have literally 3 to 4 or more separate accounts. My question is, what are you doing with that many accounts? Okay, I know what I'm doing with my extra one, and Maya knows about this. I have an extra account. Yes, I do. But what I do on that second account is I recycle it a lot. Um, and I think it's level 300. I'm not even sure what level the farm is, but it's kind of low level. It might be 200. I do know that my favor on my character is like 79. How sad is that? And so yeah. And I know that when during beta, by the way, if I could cry, I would have. um, the sad thing was when I was playing. Yes, it is. It's my secret lurker account. The sad thing was I sat, because like what, and it was really kind of stupid on my part, but hey, it is what it is. Basically, what I did was you know, because we had access to the herbs because this was during beta. So here I am laying out 800 of the herbs. And in the beginning, it was really easy. But then, you know, when it came to those Italian, whatever you want to call it, that killed me. That ate so much of my gold and everything else. I'm like, are you serious? I goes, oh my God. And and the thing is, guys, my farm is so sad it would make you cry because the gas pump isn't like up to 200. So I'm working on a slow mojo farm. And um, because I hadn't really played that farm in like months or done anything to it. Um, so of course, when I go to that farm, I I look around and I go, "Oh crap! Why has it got these things on it?" I mean, I'm not lying when I say this. It had stuff on there from like older events, and I'm like, "Okay, so why do I still got those things there?" you know, and yeah, I would go around and harvest and things like that. But you know something, when you're working with a slow tractor, it kind of gives you a little bit of a different insight as to what you're doing. And see, that's what it was for me. And so as soon as let me see, what herb was it? It was when I hit. Oh gosh, I don't know about these. See, Italian basil. When I hit the Italian basil, because you look at these things, right? See, you don't get fooled. But if you look here, like, you're planting, you're looking at okay, not a problem. You're hitting 17, not a problem. But I'm going to tell you something, guys, ladies and gentlemen. When I got up to the Italian basil, and then I wanted to put down 800, no, that ain't going to happen because it just wasn't going to happen. Sad but true. And so what I would have to do over a period of maybe, I don't know, 4 to 5 hours just to finish that stupid row. I mean, I'm not kidding. And guys, you understand what I'm saying when I say you need to finish that row. Let's just say, hypothetically, I'm not going to go that wide range of 800, but, it's a crappy thing when you're putting down flowers or, something like that. And let's say you want to put down 99 flowers, then guess what? You run out of money. You know that feeling? So you basically have to sit there and say, okay, so where am I going to get the money from? Luckily for me, on that other farm, I had my workers to rely on to help me earn that money. So once it would hit like 1 million, I would go back and do the Italian basil. And and that and that was when I realized from my main farm, I'm like, well, I ain't doing no 800. Ain't gonna happen. And even when I did the 500, I think it's 535. When I did the 535, even that alone, I mean, it really, really broke me pretty bad in that sense. But at least I wasn't broke, but I was getting pretty darn close. So, um, but at least I was able to gauge how much to put down for other people that wanted to try to be doing it in a conservative way. And as a matter of fact, I was talking to Ace about it. I says, you know what, 200, maybe 250 is okay. You know what I'm saying? Maybe. I said maybe. And because I haven't tried it yet, but I'm not gonna try it. I'm not gonna try it on my test account because I already know what 800 does. I do know what 500 does. So I guess if I started a new farm, I would probably put maybe 150 to 200. That's being conservative. And especially where that farm is low level, you know, it's not going to generate a whole lot. So there's that. And so I try to think in terms of, because, my goal here is to help others, especially if you're a low level farm. And I know you want to reach that $1 million farm or that $1 billion farm. I know you want to reach that, but trust you me, it takes time and patience. It's not a race. It's not a competition. It's time and patience. That's really what it comes down to. Unless you're playing race car games or something like that. But I mean, I have to think in terms of what Farm Together really is. And to me, Farm Together is a game when you first play it. Yep, have fun, plant your stuff, do your animals and everything else. But also on the flip side of the coin, it's time and patience and having fun doing that time and patience. And, and it's like I said, you've gone to these fabulous, fantastic farms. I have. And you can tell just by, people, they put a lot of stuff down. They really work their butts off. They really work their butts off when they put I'm going to say it's pixelated. When they put down the pixelated art, they do a beautiful, beautiful job. By the way, it doesn't take them 5 minutes to do that. It takes them time to do that. Again, we're talking time and patience. I've come to that realization that, you can play a very relaxed game, which like this is, but on the flip side of the coin, it says, have a little patience, you know? Um, because to me, and I brought this up a few days ago about end game stuff. This game technically, in my eyes, does not have an end game. For some people, it depends on what your goals are. That's where your end game is. You know, what are your goals? It's not what my goals are or the developer's goals are or any of the above. It's what your goals are. So, because, there are some people, obviously, they got their farms during beta and they got their farms to level 1000. I know that there are some that are level 1000. And, and you got to understand that XP. Oops, I ain't touching that. Nope, I ain't touching that at all. Nope, I need the blue stuff too. I've been ignoring these tea things, but that's okay. Um, but that's the thing. With almost any game. Even if you're playing solitaire, you know what I'm saying? Time and patience. Because sometimes you get a good hand where you can just kind of whiz right through it with your solitaire, and then sometimes you're sitting there going, "Oh, this ain't gonna work." And then it's like, that's it. You got to start over again. So I guess the meaning of end game is what end game is for each individual. Um, End game for me, I don't know with Farm Together. When it comes to Farm Together, I don't really have an end game. I think it's like not what it's not to say that when I get tired of playing it, that's end game. Um, because it's like anything else. I'd go and play um, Fallout 4 and things like that, and or Skyrim or No Man's Sky, and to me, those games, they don't really have an end game. They just are one of those games. You do your thing, and then you get to the point you say, I don't want to play this game. You kind of like put it aside. It's like reading a book, and you just set it aside, and then you pick it up maybe a couple days later. That to me is how I play my games. Um, because I don't find games that are end game. I mean, I think the only way I've ever found an end game for me, I have to go over here because that's where it is. I hop over a fence, yeah. I think for me, when I play a game that's literally, well, it's actually it. Well, it is to me. Um, are games, let's say, for example, um, like I used to play like Final Fantasy years ago. Not the newer one that's out, the 14 one. I used to play the 11, Final Fantasy 11, that came out in 2002. But let me tell you a little something about that game. I mean, and it was. I mean, the max cap, and then they increased it, and then they stopped, was level 75. And you only got one kind of armor. That was it. But you had to work at it. You had to work your butt off to get all these things. And then basically the bottom line came down to, okay, so now I'm level 75, and now I have the armor, and and you can still go and play and get other things, but you will never swap out your armor because you know why? Your armor is capped. It's maxed. There's nothing more you can do. Unless, by the way, I have to correct myself when I say this. I forget how many races that they had, classes of that they had. Like they had Beast Smasher, they had a black mage. I played a white mage. So they had different classes because you could take that class and, like for example, I used to use my white mage along with the red mage so I could get because in certain instances you can get what you need. That's basically how it worked. Um, why is it? Oh, I didn't even know that was there. See, that was the other thing in my desperation. Oh no, no. Well, you know what? I don't care. I'll just do it that way. If I have to re-put stuff down, I will. Yeah, and see, I was using this area like temporarily. Why is that like? Oh, okay. I was just using this area temporarily for crops that I knew wouldn't take very long for quest items because, it was just, I couldn't go to the other farm unless I shut this one down. So, but that's the thing, like I said, everybody has an end game idea of what they expect. I thought you cleaned it already. Well, go clean your condo. You need to clean it. And thank you. I'll see you soon. See you later. Oh, guys, did you not see this? I had to put two of them up. This is from the event. It's like a little ninja cat, you know? So I put the two of them here. I think I might make it an arena. And of course, if you hit A, or even if you walk in it, the little balls will move around. I thought that was adorable. Oh, that's good. It's your last day. That's good. I bet you're happy about that. I'd be happy. Are these full? Wow. Well, maybe not. Maybe, okay. No, I mean, see, that's the thing. But I definitely want to show you. Maya, you might see Teddy's Rest and go, what is this? Just to give you a heads up. Because I want to try to sort of play it without having to go out of this game. And I think there is a way to do it. I just have to figure it out. I think maybe I'll just exit out of the game and then just go to Teddy's Rest. And then there's that. And the thing that I thought was really cute and adorable about this Teddy's Rest game was the different characters that come into your shop. Now, you're thinking, characters? Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I was playing it, like the first day, and like I said, try the demo out. Just so you'll know what kind of a game it is before you don't have to buy it, because, like I said, it's a very inexpensive game. But the thing that was funny was, because I don't want to give too much away. When I was playing, I couldn't help but notice these ducks came into the shop. So I'm like, okay, what are they doing here? They were actual customers that came into the shop and they would buy things. And I don't mean just food. They would buy some swords and stuff like that. I'm like, okay, this guy's got a great sense of humor. Because, when you see these ducks coming into the shops, you're thinking, and it was the way that these ducks were dressed. That was just unbelievable. They would have like a little scarf around them, things like that. So yeah, you will find animals that will come into your shop and buy stuff just like, the regular customers, which I thought was so cute and adorable. So there was that. I have to hit it again? Okay, I have to hit it again. Yes. Oh, and I gotta pick those up too. Tea. I didn't even see those over there. Oops. Oh, okay. So I get rid of those. And do this. Get to the end. I'm going to leave those sprinklers there for now until I, you know, like if I have to plant something in a pinch, I can do that. But I try to go to my second farm. But I know that people are getting upset about the fact that no one, you know, visits their farm and, you know, things like that. And it will happen, ladies and gentlemen. And honestly, I don't know. Maybe, you know, it should be asked. But honestly, I don't know how. I better put these up, huh? Let me see something. Quest. Pin. Okay. So what does it say on my quest when they're ready? Why event? Oh, 24 minutes. Okay, so I have 24 minutes. But see, like I got a lot of this stuff. The new stuff was well, that was kind of new. This looks so weird, that fence, because it's almost like I don't have it, but I have it. It's just, I think because it looks like it's gray. Like, that was kind of new. Oh, that is new, the backpack. Okay, the collar, the zebra, the food, and also the planter, you know, where you actually, when you're putting food down, which is cool. I like that. So I might make a row to put those down because I like those. And then we got a new colored terrain and a road, a paw road. And there she is, the decoration of the little ninja thing. By the way, I think it comes in like 4 different colors. Then your fences. I don't quite get this here because it only shows one. So I'm not sure about that. I really haven't tried it in a hat. Oh, hair. Um, you know, I'm curious about this fence thing. So let me see something. Fence. A fence. I because okay, I get it now. No, that's a street lamp. That's a street lamp. Wait a minute. Oh, I think that's a typo because that's a street light, guys. Unless maybe I'm misreading it. Let me just see something here. Oh, okay, so it is technically a street light. Okay, that's where I was kind of like thinking fences? No. I wish they would make some fences with the lights on them. You know, because I remember in Farm Together 1. Now, see what I'm talking about? It's black wool. So I don't know. And see, Ace, if you're there, I fixed them. And then that's where I found out where the problem was, because over here, does it end 1, 2? Yeah, I think. Yep. Okay, so basically, ooh. Okay, so basically, I don't know. I guess I wasn't paying attention. Basically, over here, this is a 9 by 36. Okay? And the thing is, for some reason, it was 36 by 36, even though I never put crops over here. It was interfering with my zebras, so I thought to myself, oh, now I know why. Okay. it was interfering with zebras. That's what it was doing. It was interfering with, the zebras and screwing things up. Because I'm like, why is it doing that? Do I have anything good? Yeah, that. Okay, so we did that. And I don't know if, no, see the black ones, the black ones are kind of slow. I mean, kind of. And I want to actually hopefully show you, I think I think on my other account I'd like to show you because it's a little bit better to show you there. So you'll get an idea of, about the prestige, because I know some of you might be just coming in with, needing the prestige or getting it or whatever. So, but, because, you don't want to run around and prestige everything on your farm. You absolutely do not. And I know I made a video from, a long time back, and I'll end up probably doing another stream because I want you guys to understand about prestige as well as leveling things up, like, when you're leveling it up. Because some things just, I swear to God, they just they don't take as well. And here's this one here. I won't prestige this ever. I have no intentions of prestiging it at all whatsoever. I don't want to prestige any of them. I don't. And the reason being that I don't want to prestige them is for the simple fact that they're very, and you guys have seen this, even with your animals and things like that. There are just some things that you don't want to prestige. I kind of sort of went overboard with prestiging a lot of my stuff. But then I started realizing it's like slow going to level them up to that level 100. See, no matter what you prestige, it's got to hit 100. Then you prestige it, and then it's prestige 1. And then you got to, like, rinse, repeat. Then you got to wait for it to hit 100 again. And if that's what you want to prestige, then, so be it. That's how that works. But you just got to understand, I don't think there was anything here, but I will double check. Let's see. Okay, let me see what's on here. What's on my menu? Oh, nothing. Good. So I can go to farm 2 because that's where I have. Oh crap, I should have stayed there because of my flowers are there. Is there anything? No. No. See, this is the next step that I'm going to be doing. Oh, I should go into the mine, right? Because there is a quest item, and I don't remember which one it is, but this will be fine. What does it want? Oh, I think it's mushrooms. Pretty sure. Yep, mushrooms. Mushrooms are on the menu. Yeah, about time. And I want to bring up something else about your mine. I'm not on farm 1, but let's just pretend I'm on farm 1. For example, I'm on farm 1. Okay? And if you haven't done it yet, then start doing it. If you just open your farm and you get your mine, and now, you need your copper to be level 10, for example, what you do is on your first farm or your first mine. And I don't, oops, let me just do it this way too so you'll see what I'm doing. No, get out of there. Okay, wait a minute. I'm hitting the wrong button, naturally. Okay. Here's the thing about this, about, your mine. Because obviously, when you do get a mine, it's not going to be open like this. It's going to be obviously a lot smaller, and then it'll tell you it's going to need ribbons and these little guys right here to open it. I don't remember it being the green ones. I remember it being these. And in your mine, it's a very common thing, which is the iron. So basically, let's say, you start opening things up. But what you want to do is, like, especially now if it's going to give you the option for copper. Okay, so it depends on how opened up your farm is, but here's what I'm gonna your mine is. But here's what I'm gonna suggest and recommend because it just makes sense. When you first get your mine, or if you're mining, but let's say now it says you have copper, but it needs to be level 10 in order for you to level up silver, and then it goes to gold. So what I did was I just did every single table with copper. Okay? Every single table in my mind to copper. And it was, I think, the next day, I'm not even sure about that, but the copper was got to level 10, and then it wanted to have silver. So I got the silver. Now what I did was, again, I went running around, made every table with silver. Okay? Just to open my gold. Okay? And once the gold was open, I basically made my first mine with silver, and I made my second mine with gold, because both of them are basically one and the same. If you look in the bottom right corner, right up, like you get the gold icons. Why do I still have 3,000 gold? It's beyond me. And the thing is, the gold and silver are basically one and the same when it comes to what you need. So there's that. I didn't even realize that these were quite okay. So just try to bear that in mind when you're doing your mines. Just try to make one, once you know that you have to do your copper, get it to level 10. And then once it's level 10, go back to all those tables and then change it over to silver. Okay, and then it will open up your gold, and it doesn't take very long. Just do that. And if you're lucky enough to have a second mine, then do the second one with what you need for gold. But see, that's how I have mine set up. I have mine set up doing copper, and I have mine doing gold, and then I have mine also doing the silver. So, because it's just random, so that's what it is. And I know some of you have kind of like saying, well, how come it looks like gold, but it's not? Because that's what it does. It just does that, guys. So, but I'm sure the reason what you're not looking at is, okay, so I walk up to this, what does it say? Gold. Okay. When you walk up to this, what does it say? Jade, even though it looks like it's a gold. Okay? Just to kind of let you know, because I'm guilty of that too, of walking up to a mineral thing and thinking, oh, I got tons of gold. No, you don't. It's very random. But if you have your tables set to gold, that's what all of these will look like. They will look gold. They will look whatever mineral you choose. Okay? But it doesn't mean that each room is going to be filled with whatever you're putting in there. It just means, that room is set up for, hopefully, gold. Or silver, or however you set it up. But I have honestly have never changed any of my tables. I just leave them alone. I just go, yeah, okay, whatever. And I do. I leave them alone. It's not a big thing. Now, see that? I still get copper. I still get all the other minerals, from these nodes. I still get it. Because it's random. That's what it is. It's random. It's not because, all of these things look like they're gold. It's just a random mineral that will be there. So kind of bear that in mind when you're doing your mines. It's it's like what that table is set up to. Same thing with your mushrooms. Like when you're putting your mushrooms down, your mushrooms. Each time they generate. Sometimes they generate one mushroom to generate up to 3. I think it is. So you have to be kind of like aware of what's there and what's not. See now, like, oh, how did I miss that? Easy. You just did. At least I don't run out of gas on the mine, thank God. But yeah, just so you know that when you're setting your tables up and whatever mineral you choose, every single one of these nodes is going to look like that particular mineral. That's what it's going to do. Just bear that in mind. It's going to look whatever you choose to be on that table. Okay, I knew I missed one. Oh. Wow, okay. I'm going to wait until I finish these. And once I finish these, then I'll do that. I think my black pig, he's prestige now to number 5. I'm not sure if I want to make him level, you know, wait and just keep leveling him up to P10. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of not sure. Okay, so I got everything here. The only thing that you guys have to worry about, like, see here? The kurami mushrooms. You have to kind of pay attention to, like when you are harvesting your mushrooms, like this one here is going to run out and have a spot, because don't think that there anything growing, because nothing is. Because when you look at the... Now, this was interesting. See, because when you look at the ground, there's nothing there. Once you harvest it, and let's say you think that there are mushrooms growing there, they're not. Like, see? Now, it shows a little icon that it's got a mushroom in there. So now when I harvest it, it comes up as dirt. Okay? And then it's totally up to you what you want to put there. So just kind of bear that in mind for yourselves. I gotta go way up. Jeez. Okay, so I gotta go to the next one. I'm being lazy. How did I miss this? Okay, so I probably won't do... Oh gosh, those are all the white ones, huh? Well, I'll probably have to do that later on. I don't know. Oh. What is that? Do I have anything to plant? Quest-wise? Huh? No, those are... Oh, winter. Okay, so I gotta do those for winter time. I see the little... Oh, I got down a few. The silly little wabbits. And I'm definitely going to recycle this farm sometime after the event. Because the reason for my wanting to do that is I will put some zebras here, but I'm going to start making some room because we will be getting more zebras in, probably about 5 more. So I want to be ready for that. So what I'm going to end up doing is I'm just going to recycle the entire farm. Once the farm is recycled, then I can make a plan of putting down my animals and crops. You see, that's my crop area right here. So what I might end up doing is I'll just, move the fish away, put my crops down here, and then make my animals. But I'll probably make the crop farm bigger. Let me just see. What do I have for... See, this is how I kind of decide which way I want to go with this. Okay, so I have 735 corn, right? But mind you, It's in, I think, 2 or 3 rows. So what I might end up doing, even though it says 735, I probably might increase it to be like close to a thousand. But that means there'll only be single rows. I'm not gonna go cuckoo crazy and double up my rows. I'll just put down the 1,000 crops of, like, say, corn and stuff like that, and just go that route. It's a lot. It makes it a lot easier to do that way than any other way. But that's what I plan on doing. What's that other one that was quested? It's over here. Oh, wintertime. I gotta plant something. Whatever it was, I gotta plant something. That's what I thought. Okay. Oh. Okay. Right next to the pigs. Okay. So I have these and I'm all good with that. Like I said, I mean, I could probably right now just officially let it go public. But again, if I did that, what's basically going to happen is... Okay, so... Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna exit out of this game, and I know it will pick up my Teddy's Rest game. Because I really want to show it, so I don't want people saying, wait a minute, that's not Farm Together. Of course it's not. Okay, so that's done. Farm 3 is the flowers, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, go to number 2. Didn't I just do the rhubarb stuff? Okay. Oh, maybe I should do my Tinkerbells and my zebras, huh? Because it did say 20-something minutes, and I probably should get them out of the way. See, that's terrible. I don't do my flowers. And by the way, I did do them the other day. Like, quite a few of them. Okay, let me see what it says on my event. 2 minutes, huh? Okay. So, I get 2 minutes. I'll go to my event farm. I did my lucky coins. Don't ask me why I'm doing my wheat again, but... Or corn. Oh, and I did my machine, so I'm not going to worry about that. Okay. So I did this as my... I'm checking out what I got up here. Oh. Oh. I got to finish this row. See, like in this row here, I have 1,000... Pretty close to 1,000 corn, because I do. Okay, come on, 2 minutes. I think those... What? Oh, those will turn white when the 2 minutes is up. That's right. I had to think about that. Because I know I already got those. So those are from yesterday. So I got 2 minutes and something. or maybe a minute. We'll see. Oh, let me tell you something, and it's gonna probably get worse. It's gonna get before it gets better. When I was leveling up my shops today, I couldn't help but notice that what they were charging. I was like, "Oh, you gotta be kidding!" No. Okay, so let me look. There we go. See, it turns white. So, and I was really surprised that it didn't really ask me. It didn't ask, for a lot of, your dailies to be done. Now, this daily for me will be basically working on favor now, and my favor will go up. And for a lot of you that have, your lower level farms, and I know that you don't have a whole heck of a lot of favor, um, go back and forth to different farms to earn it, if need be. That's exactly what I would do. Go back and forth, back and forth. Because that people do it all the time, but don't waste your favor just because someone says, oh, well, while you're here on my farm, you need to do this. No, you don't. No, you don't. And I'm really getting tired of hearing those complaints because I think it's very sad when people say, oh, you have to use your favor on my farm. That's sad. Okay, let's go to number 3. Let's see what door number 3 has. Okay, so now, why? Oh, it is. Okay, it is. I'll get these done. See, so I'll get these. I think it's 600 or something like that. So I'll get these ones done. And I just earned, I think, well, not yet. I don't think a thumbs up comes across the screen when you complete it. I don't think it does. Pretty sure it doesn't. And thanks to all those lovely people that helped me. I don't care now if it gets, where it's P5. I'm happy with it right now. There's always next year. That's how I look at it. There's always next year. But you know what? I hope next year when this event comes back around that it doesn't reset to level 1. Then I'm going to be upset about that. That will not be right. So guys, keep your eyes on your event items if you've reached it to, let's say, whatever P level you have it at, or especially P5. I mean, I know that mine with 16,000, it got there that quick because I had that many people. But on the flip side of the coin is, I'm going to stop right about, oh no, I'm not. I'm going to have to do 1,200. And I know that this row is not going to be 1,200. It's going to be like a little bit over 1,000. But that's okay. But just don't, just kind of keep your eyes, if you don't have the prestige building, let it go. Because I had made that mistake once. But here's the thing. If you already, know that some of your event items are P5, or I've seen them P10. But the thing is, if next year comes rolling around and you know that your, let's say, Kitty Tinkerbells are P5, they better be P5 next year. Because that would be, and I've had it happen with my rabbits. They were, and I remember it was the Halloween event when we got those spooky trees. For some reason, It set my rabbits back to level 1. I don't know why. And, I'm like, okay, this is wrong. I mean, basically, I had to start all over again with my rabbits, which was not fine. But, I got over it. So kind of be aware and your eye out when you are doing, if you are setting up your stuff for events or even just a mini event farm. It doesn't matter. Just make sure that, whatever events come around, that those items that you have are set the way that they should be. That's really important because, like I said, I've had it happen to me. We'll go right back down to one. I'm like, no, that's no, wrong. And it only happened once. So, but I'm still a little. See, I should find out when they came up prestige. Like these ones here, we're set to level 1. Now, I don't know why. I know that they were more than level 1 when, See, I could stop. I can, because I can. Okay, I stopped. Now I'm going to do a zebras. Look at that. The zebras look so lovely. Okay, see what I'm talking about? Look at that. It's like it's giving you white wool, but then when they're ready, it's black wool. So I'm confused. But you don't get any wool either way during the event. But all I'm saying is if you notice, black is on the ground, but when you pick it up, it turns white. So I don't know. I mean, I don't even know what they're going to give us naturally when we, You see, I have 579, so let me see. Because my event officially, last night, officially was complete as far as getting all the items. So now I'm just working on favor. So we'll see. Now see, the remaining that you see down below, the kitty Tinkerbells and the zebras, those are for when someone comes to my farm and then they harvest. And surprisingly, I was like, I couldn't believe how fast these zebras are leveling up. And I've been kind of keeping an eye on that because you never know. And yeah, I know my confetti's full. It'll drive me crazy. I felt funny yesterday. Reward 15. See, so now I got 15. Nice. Did I get enough for zebras? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go to the house. Get my little... Oh yeah, it's all the way in here. Okay, so the piano's done. This is done. See, so now I'll just hit this. Because I know all my other houses are ready. And sometimes, guys, if you're on my farm and, you can't access it, it's probably because I didn't set your privs to build mode. But there's that. So, just give me a yell or a shout or say, hey, I can't, access, what you need to do for your event. Just let me know. I'll help you out. I'll set your privs to bivs. Because basically, I guess what it does is when anybody comes to my farm, it defaults to, I guess the base, it says global. And I really have no clue what global permissions are. I mean, maybe it's just to plant, replant, and things like that. But then when it comes to the houses and stuff, I think there's some restrictions on that because, granted, maybe they're able to get the event item or maybe not. but I know that they can't re-put them. So I just want to give you a heads up on that. See, these are all ready. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to exit out of my game, guys. And when I exit out of my game, I want to show you the new game. And once I show you the new game, which, I'll show it to you, I'll run it for a little bit, and then, you can decide from there. But like I said, there is a demo for it. So let me just see if my screen goes gray. Okay, let me exit out. Okay. Okay, perfect. Now, it's still going to say farm together, and I just don't want people to get all screwed up about this. Steam. Teddy's Haven. I'm sorry, it's called Teddy's Haven. Come on, come on. Play. Oh, perfect. There you go. Uh, ooh, which one is it? I think it's this one. That says day one. This one. All right, I'm going to do it this way. Okay, yep. Now here's my little bedroom. I don't know as far as, come on, play. Why is the screen black? It looks black to me. Let me see something. I want to double check, because if you're not seeing it, I'm not seeing it. If I'm not seeing it, I don't know what the heck you're seeing. Okay, hopefully. No, I don't see it. The screen is black, I think. It looks black to me. See, now I'm outside. Okay, hang on. Hang on, guys. Just give me a minute. Okay. I'm going to try this. Okay, let me go there. Oh, perfect. It shows. No, it's not showing. Wow. I can't see it at all. Ah! Nope. You see, it goes back, so I'm going to find out what I'm doing wrong, because my screen is completely black on my end, and I'm assuming that it might be completely black on your end as well. And I just want to double check something, because it's just kind of crappy if you guys can't see it. Ugh. Let me see. Okay. Because if it's not being picked up by Twitch, I don't know what to say. I hear the music. I hear the music. Come on. I'm not seeing it on my screen at all. And I'm sure that your screen is black too. Hello, Ace. Do you see just a black screen? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, I'm going to find out why. I mean, do you know why it might be like that? Quit the desktop. Yeah. Yeah, you're not seeing the game. That's kind of crappy. Unless maybe... Well, see, that's the thing. I'll try it again. Um... Let me see. You saw it, huh? Okay, maybe it takes a few minutes for it to... I don't know. I just feel bad if you guys can't see it, because that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get you guys to see it. Let me see. Launching. And I don't know why. See, it says start a game. Okay. Play. Okay, so that's showing up. All right, I see that. Um, Let me see. See, that's when it goes black. It goes black as soon as I get into the game. Unfortunately, guys, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry because um, I really would love to have you guys see this. And all you're seeing now, Ace, is a black screen, right? Yeah. Oh well. All right. I'm gonna go back to Farm Together, and I'll find out what I'm doing wrong. Maybe the only thing I can think of is maybe it's the way it's set up that it's looking for Farm Together 2 or something. I don't know, honestly. But I'll just go back to Farm Together 2. Yeah, and I don't know why that is. I honestly don't. So I'll just my farms, this one, event farm. Yeah, play. Yeah, I kind of saw a glimpse of it too. So see, it automatically picks it up. So I'm just kind of wondering if um, the thing that I'm using is probably just picking that up and not the rest of it. That's maybe what it is. So I'm gonna have to test it out because I really want to show you guys this game. It's really, like I said, it's a beautiful game. But maybe I have to change the because it's probably looking for Farm Together. That's probably what it's doing. And so that's just my guess because I know that I saw some other girl. She was playing this game, and it was perfect. So I think maybe it's when you go in and before you obviously start streaming, you have to put it in under Farm Together or whatever game it is that you're playing. So that's what my guess is. That's what my guess is. It's looking for that game. But it's a nice game. See, there's my Farm Together. I can see that. So it's my. I'm just guessing, but yeah, I think that's what it is. I think that's why like it's looking for Farm Together too, because you know how well I still use that other app, but I think what happens is it's looking for Farm Together too. It's not looking for the one I'm playing. So that's just my guess. I know that it specifically asks you what game you're playing. That's just a guess. Oh. Oh, really? A generic one? You mean generic as in generic name? Okay. Okay. Yeah, because like I said, I would love to show you guys this game. That game's Teddy's Rest. I think it's a really nice. It's a nice little game. I think there was one time. Oh, okay. Because I remember there was like one time in particular, and I actually forgot to do it. Uh, I was playing New World, or I was like playing one of those games, and the thing is, the game showed up, but obviously it showed up under Farm Together. I'm like, no. Because somebody kind of chimed in and said, "Hey, do you know that your title says Farm Together?" I'm like, no. Well, yeah. Well, I forgot. Because, there's been times when I've gone to Twitch and I'll see other people playing Farm Together, and I'm like, they're not playing Farm Together. They're playing Roblox or, some other game. So maybe that's what I got to do then, is to put it to that. I probably have to do that then if I decide to switch in between games. Yeah, probably what I got to do. You can? Okay. Oh, okay. I can change your game title from chat as well. You can do that, huh? Okay. Um, you want to try it now? I mean, come on, guys. We're testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's another one that's killer. Osmond Basil. Oh, God. I'm telling you guys, when you hit these basil ones, they're killer. They are killer. I'm not kidding. Okay. Let me see. Change it to. I gotta give you the official name, or whatever. Do you need the name of the game, or you just do it, whatever? Because I really want to show you guys that game. It's a beautiful game. Okay, let me. I have such a patient group. I really do. Okay. The name of the game, the official name of the game is called Teddy's Haven. That's the official name. Oh, I'll type it up here. Wait, I didn't even. Oh, get out of there. Okay, fine. This is the official name of the game. TEDDY apostrophe SHAVEN. Oh. Teddy's Haven. If you can, ow. Let me know if you did it or when you did it and stuff like that, and pray that we can get that game back. You the man, Ace. You the man. I swear to God, I hear people pounding at my door wanting to get in for the event. Oh. Oh. Well, you know what? It doesn't matter. What? Yeah. Oh, okay. It's like, why am I here? I keep forgetting to do that stupid spice. Okay. Wow. Wow. Did you see that? It ate all my spice. Oh, let's see if she eats all my peanuts. Come on over here. Peanuts, lady. Peanuts. Oh, gosh. Wow. As you know, Yeah, that's fine. Title. Okay. Really? Let me know when I should start it. I know you guys think I'm gone crazy. Oh, wait. Oh, I don't want to go here. I'll go over here for a moment. Uh, Not bad. Oh, once, and I'm so thankful for having all those pineapple trees. Oh, shoot. Speaking of pineapple, what happened? Okay. This is what happened, right? I obviously got my mushrooms and everything else, right, guys? But here, oh, now it wants this. Oh. Give me something that I don't have. Go ahead, I dare you. Oh, shoot. I'm leaving that alone. I am not touching it. No, no, no. Okay, basically, what I did was earlier today when I was going around getting these things, basically what happened was, you know, it needed pineapples, and I'm like, oh, easy peasy, right? Well, now, again, I don't have any pineapple trees except for one farm. So I went over to that one farm, and I'm like, yeah, baby, that'd be the number. Oh, crap. Okay. So you think I can do it now? You let me know. Tell me go, and I'll go. Because I really want to show this farm to you. I mean, I want to show you this game. Oh, you are the wonderful man. Okay, let's try it again, guys. Let's see what happens. Okay. Let's go up here. Steam. Come on, baby. Come on. Ah. I want you guys to see this game so. I mean, you gotta laugh, Ace. There was something last night when I was playing this game, and it scared the holy bejesus out of me. It really did. I swear to God, it scared me. I'm going along this little waterway because, like I said, this is not a violent game. Nothing kills you, and all of the above. So you're good. So last night when I was playing this game a little bit, I'm walking along this water edge, and all of a sudden this thing just pops up, and I'm like, what the, because I was like, oh my god, here we go, play. Okay, we got this so far. I want to do the day one because, well, I want to do the day one because I was like playing around with this one last night. Come on, baby, don't be black. It is. You see it? No. Wait, yes. Well, I see partial. I see that little thing. It's not picking it up. But you don't. Oh! You don't see the dragon? You don't see the dragon, huh? Oh, wait. Okay. Quit the main menu for a moment. I'm going to quit to the main menu for a minute because that should not have done that, but that's okay. Play. Okay, day 2, resume. Yeah, see, that's what I don't want it. You see, so it's not picking it up. Now I'm over here. Yeah, it's not picking it up, and I don't know why that is. Maybe I'll have to, I have to test it around. But you don't see nothing. Son of a gun. Okay. I so badly want to show you guys this game. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to, and which is fine. Which is fine. Yeah, unfortunately. Sorry, guys. Okay, so it doesn't see that. Because, I mean, well, I haven't tried it yet, so, you know what? Okay, let me do this for giggles and laughs. You hear the music, see? Okay. I wonder if this is going to show. I'm just kind of curious. Signing in, play. I'm curious. Ooh. Wait a minute. Wait. That's interesting. You know, I started a game. So I think what's going on is. Okay, I get it. I think it's like if I have to. I'm not going to upgrade my account, and I don't have to. Yeah. Yeah, that was one. Yeah, see, I started another game and it's not letting me. It might be this the way I have to set it up at according to whatchamacallit. But I'm going back to Farm Together too. At least I know it works with Farm Together too. I think. Press enter. My farms. One. See, it automatically goes right back into Farm Together too. So I think basically it's like you're saying, I have to do it through Streamlabs and go that route and see what happens and then test it out. Oh, my viewers are all leaving. My viewers are leaving probably because they're going, oh, she's not playing Farm Together too. What is she doing? I have no idea, guys. Um, Farm 2, I have to check it anyways. Ugh. See, I'm so excited about this other game I want to show you guys, and I can't, unfortunately. Okay, so there's my balloons. Oh, these are ready. I like this. New Hampshire chickens. Oh, I can do my chickens. And they even have chickens in the game, Ace. That was the big thing. I wanted to show you the chickens. You will love the chickens. I want you to see those chickens in that game. You're gonna love them. There's chickens, dude, right outside my shop. Yeah. One chick, and there's a story behind that chicken. Aha. It's really interesting because that's what I'm saying, dude. You gotta see the chickens, and you have to see the ducks, and then you have to see the ducks when they come in your shop wearing clothes. Yeah, it's really fun, because this guy, the developer, um, it I mean, he has a, like it's like he has a story behind his story and why he dedicated this game, and he's gonna remain dedicated. And that's why I like this game because I read the story and what his dedication was all about, and I got to tell you, I really, really appreciated his dedication as to why he made that game. And that's why I want you guys to see it because it's just amazing. Yeah, the thing is, I'm not sure of, like, and by the way, these animals do come in your store, as I mentioned earlier. They come in your store and they buy things. They come in your shop and they buy things. It's just amazing. I was like, wow. But like I said, Ace, you got to try. Even if you try the demo, I mean, you don't have to, buy the full game. But even if you guys try the demo, I promise you, you will like the game. You will like the game. Or maybe not. I don't know. Um, but the demo is decent enough for you to see, like when you first start playing it, it's decent enough for you to see what type of game it is. And also, I can give you some early on tips. This is why I want to show you, because basically you kind of go out foraging for different things to sell from your shop. You do all of that. How many are they? Feathers. I thought I was oh, eggs. What? Feathers and eggs. Okay. But oh yeah, I have chickens right outside my shop on the left hand side. But there is a chicken. He's a big fella. His name is, oh gosh, Tornado or Hurricane. Okay? But like I said, he's a huge chicken. And one of the NPCs, and I can't give it away, but one of the NPCs tells you a story about a chicken, Ace. I mean, come on, right? And he even says what the chicken's name is. Yes, yes. So that's why I'm saying there's a story behind the story. Because as you meet these NPCs, they tell you different things, about actually the whole entire area or the animals in the area. And like I said, you don't have to go around killing anything, or nothing's gonna kill you. Um, Basically, it's like a foraging game. You can and the thing is, you can open and close. You'll open your shop, and then the people come in. They buy stuff. Animals come in, they buy stuff. Um, so you're not and you're not set on any timing, like um so there's like no timer. So let's say hypothetically, you just want to run around and check the place out, and you want to go foraging, you want to go mining. And that's the beauty of it, when you get mining crystals and ores, and when you're picking berries, or when you're going after the animals, because that's the other thing. You can harvest the animals, and it's just really lovely. And that's where you'll see Mr. Bob. I shouldn't tell you that, but you will see Mr. Bob. I'm telling you now, Mr. Bob is there. So, and what's ironic is, if you read as to what this guy does, in real life, other than he is a developer, but he also has a love for little dogs, and that's where the name Teddy came into play. But it just shows that little bit of dedication, to with for his animals, that he has in the game. It really does, and I appreciate that. I really do. Let me see. What do I want? I want these. These are P5. I'm telling you, Mr. Bop is there. You just have to go look for him. But Mr. Bop, okay, you will always, okay, like let's say, for example, you're just kind of, I mean, you know what? Open your shop, like follow what it asks you to do, or don't, either or. But the thing is, see, that's why I like this game. You're not pressured into doing everything and all at once. You're just not. Um, and it's like one of those casual type games. So, You could go around exploring. Don't worry about drowning because that will never happen because it does have water in the game where you will eventually go fishing. Um, and that's what I like. I like that. I like that idea. But yeah, if you see like some of these little houses, those little houses are have different animals, cats in particular, different types, colors, breeds. And that's how I found Mr. Bob. And I think overall, honestly, I think overall it basically has let me see. It basically has one, two, well, so far. So and they're like easy peasy quests. You know, nothing that's going to overwhelm you or any of the above. It's just they're just there. But that's what I liked about this game. There was nothing there that could just, overwhelm you or any of the above. You're just doing your happy little thing and you're good. I think this one, wait a minute, which one was it? Was it the purple one? Yep. I want to keep remembering that it's the purple one. But like I said, this game it doesn't overwhelm me, but that game does, it's not overwhelming, no pressure, take your time. Um, and like I said, when you can go out foraging for different things, yeah, I mean, like I said, it's not, there's no pressure there at all. There isn't. There isn't. And then you get to hire people, not people, I'm sorry. Well, I haven't seen any yet because I'm not that high up. But then you get to hire cashiers, because obviously, you're going to need, because in the beginning, when you first start playing, you have to earn your own money, and which is easy to do. I would tell you to go on out and start foraging, and stuff like that. Because obviously it gives you like a little tutorial about your shop and, things like that, which is fine. You can follow through with that. And but again, it's easy peasy to play, and you can use your controller. But the only one part that I found that was really easy using your mouse only is when customers come up to you and they have items that obviously you put in the bag. It tells you how much and how much to give them back, and that's the only time that I've used my mouse during the whole game. So. But I enjoyed it. I still do. I was playing it last night. So I says, oh, I really got to show people this game. I mean, not that, you're going to like it, love it, or whatever, but I think it is a different game. Yeah, yeah. And if you're playing on your PC, DirectX 11 is already installed in Windows 11. So, because I personally asked the developer. I said, "Would it be okay if I stream this game?" He's like, "Oh yeah, because like I said, it's a new game, and they were kind enough to put the demo out. So I played the demo and I said, "Oh, I like it. Yes, this is nice. No pressure, just a simple, basic game." But I have to say, it does have a lot of loving thoughts, and there was a lot of love put into this game. A lot of love. You could see that very clearly. Not saying that they don't do that with Farm Together, but it's it makes it's different, you know. Because I like to play different games. Um, and like I said, I'm not always playing Farm Together. I do play other games. So, it just depends, I guess, on how I feel, because, you know, yeah, and that game has literally, absolutely has no timer on it. It doesn't. And at first, like, you'll see what I'm talking about. At first, like, you can hire a fairy. I think that's what they are. And basically, what they do is, as long as you have the items, in stock, and you start out very slow anyway, with a couple of display thingies, so you can put your products on there or buy something from the store that you put on there, and then you can rebuy it. Also, set the pricing. But again, there is no pressure. But the beauty of it is um, if you decide, because like you sit there and go, well, what's that fairy thing doing? Believe it or not, if you have it in stock and there's this little bag, it's called and that's the other thing. The bag that holds all your inventory is literally endless, literally. So I love that. It doesn't say that you can only have up to 99. It's an endless bag. So there's that. And literally there's nothing to me complicated about the game. Yeah, that's why I'm saying, I'm like, I'm thinking about the features that that I would like about a game. And so like I said, when I was playing it, I said, "Dang, you got an endless bag," because when you're out foraging, that stuff automatically goes into your store's inventory. So therefore, when you're out foraging and just getting the lay of the land and you're meeting certain NPCs, and let me tell you something, you can't miss the NPCs. And I'm dead up serious when I say that. You cannot and don't worry, they won't bite. But like I loved, like, I bumped into it. Well, I seen the dragon because he flies off, but I finally found him, and I'm like, oh my gosh, he was a beautiful dragon. Well, then let me tell you something. You're gonna be hoarding quite a lot. And fishing is so easy peasy. It's pathetic. I'm not going to put this game down, but I'll tell you something. The fishing is better than this. Fishing is better than here. I mean, it's just, everything is just so different. Yeah. Well, I do too. I mean, I'm guilty of that. No matter what game I'm playing, I'll always pick up stuff. I'm sure a lot of you guys pick up things in your game, you know, even though you have no clue what it's for, you just pick it up just to pick it up. I mean, because that's the way I am. I will pick up stuff in a game when I first start playing. I pick everything up. Granted, I have no clue what it's for, or anything. I think it is Guild Wars. Um, when you go to like when you go to an NPC and you want to sell your stuff, it'll say sell junk, so it knows specifically what your junk is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But the other thing too is he is gradually adding new things to the game. And like I said, if you want to fly, you hit F on your keyboard and you fly. And when you want to stop, just hit it. And you could be up in midair and fall. You're not going to die. F like in Frank. What's that other one? Um, right top trigger, top trigger, and X when you hit those two, and then you go near like a mineral or a mine or something. Yeah. Oh, oh. Here's where I think, yeah, it gets a little tough, but you know what? Who cares? One of the things is, but it's really easy once you get the hang of how to make money. You get to you get to take your shop and make it whatever you want it to be. Basically, see, because that's why I started a new game. I said, "Oh, I can do that. Oh, dang!" And that's the other thing. You can the way he's got it set up. Let's say you're level 10, 15, or whatever. Well, what you can do is you can restart your game from scratch. Yeah. But I'm like sitting there going, "Oh, this game is nice. It's not complicated. It's not going to hurt your brain. You just play." But I definitely will try streaming it later because, and maybe like you're saying, I have to manually go in and change it because if it's looking for Farm Together too, but yet it kind of partially shows up at being in black, that's not. Ugh. It could be, yeah. I remember Terraria Core Keeper. I don't remember Core Keeper. I don't think I played that one. Is that game good? Oh, they eat pineapples, right? Oh, I gotta check on my pineapples again. They're doing okay. I should make my farm public, huh? No. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I think it's Borderlands 4. Like, I have Borderlands 4 on my console. Maybe you should play it, Ace, so that way you can help me kill this boss, because it's really making me upset. There's another word I want to use, but I'm not going to say it. I was playing Borderlands 4. Well, now it's been out for a while. And it's only on my Xbox, so I was playing it, and I was doing okay. And then I would get to this one boss in particular, and I'm like, "Are you serious?" Because here's what happens. You get the boss almost dead, right? I mean, literally. And then what happens? You get these little clowns down below the cliff, because you're on a cliff. And you get these little clowns down there, and they spawn, automatically spawn, just as he's ready to die. And the next thing you know, they start shooting at you. Because this boss, he's a little, not difficult. It's where he's at. It's kind of awkward. And every dang time I go and kill the boss, these little minions down below, when the cliff on the ground starts shooting. And I'm like, okay, this is it. I'm done. And I hadn't played since. Only because, I found it very difficult to try to get past. I mean, I could play other parts of the game, but it's just that, I want to get this boss done. But no, the little minions below decide, oh, we're going to spawn and really get her going. Because that's what they do. Hi, BC. How you doing? You know what I'm going to do, guys? I'm going to make this, well, I'll finish these 2 rows. Well, yeah. Oh, and Ace, I figured out the problem. Why I don't remember doing it, but that's okay. I fixed it. I fixed these zebras today. Right now, they're all nice, straight, clear lines, right? But here's what happened. It started doing it to me, too, and I'm sitting there going, no, that's not supposed to be doing that. Well, the reason why it was doing that was because the last 3 rows of the Tinkerbells, don't ask me why, they were set to 36 by 36, not 9 by 36, 36 by 36. And because I was looking over and I'm saying to myself, you know what? Those things ain't supposed to be here with the animals. Why are they there? So I did. I literally went through all the signs for that area where it should have been 9 by 36. And then I set it back to 9 by 36. And don't you know, then it worked. Then I could evenly put, and actually it would only affect a few, but I went back and put the zebras down without a problem. I said, so I discovered something sort of new, for me anyway. I discovered something new. I said, well, okay, got it. Thank you. Could have told me sooner, but no. Because, yeah, I don't know if you noticed this, but if you were doing the zebras, it looked as though they were like a crop kind of with the going way over deeper into where the zebras were, so that's why it was screwing up. Yeah. Because, I was like, okay, my wheat is full. I only have to do these last rows, and I put the zebras down on one row. That worked fine. Then when I did the next row, I'm like, okay, why is it doing that? I said, okay, we'll fix this. Yes, we will. Okay, so everything looks good here. I don't think I have any. Nope, everything's put down. So I will go to my event farm. Oh, before I do that, guys. I will go here. Oops, oopsie, oopsie, whoopsie. I have to set it to public because, let me do it this way. My farms. This one, public. Play. Yeah. So, see that? Nice and clean. But I just couldn't figure out why is it doing that? And it just kept doing it. Not every row, but it was like, okay, I'm like, I give up. Why is it doing this? It's just doing this. It's going to make you crazy. Until I started seeing those lines and I said, oh, my farm is set to public in case anybody needs to know or wants to know or needs to get here. But yeah, that was driving me absolutely crazy. So I guess, guys, if you have animals, like let's say in this case here, I have animals next to my event thingies, make sure you that's why it's so important. Like if you have your sign set up 36 by 36, but as long as it's not overlapping into the animals, you're fine. But if you have signs like mine at the end, okay, that are overlapping, let's say, into the zebras, and then you put your zebras down and it's starting to break, that's why. I don't know. I mean, it makes no sense because I had my wheat fully loaded. And I remember putting the wheat, I was putting the zebras down on the first row. Okay, that went smooth. And then I did it on the second row. That was okay. Then on the third row, just as I'm done, I'm looking up. I'm like, are you kidding me? And then it dawned on me it was those. It was the thing. Oh yeah, it looks. I think it looks a lot better. Yeah. So that was my discovery of finding out that some. I mean, it's it's just to me like a glitchy thing. I think that's what it was just a glitchy thing. But I fixed it immediately because obviously it drove me crazy, and I was not gonna. I said I'm not having this. No, I ain't having this. Nope. Look at that, BC. He's got the whole farm to himself. And I think too in that Teddy's game, you'll see what I'm talking about, hopefully. But in that Teddy's game, you also can do some, farming a little bit if you want. I mean, there's just a lot of options. But again, it's not that it's in demand. It's not. It's really not. You could, and you can make some beautiful. That's the whole thing too. You could really make some beautiful shops, inside, and because when you look at the shop from the outside, it's big, and you can expand it, but of course it's going to cost you some money. But you will generate plenty of money. Yeah.
It's 2 o'clock p.m.
But I like I said, I enjoy the game. It's new and it's in its development stage, but it's not bad. I think it's a game that um for me anyways that I could go play it and continue to play it and watch it grow because I know that this game will develop into something very nice. I'm sure it will. I mean, guys, like I remember I I originally started playing like No Man's Sky. Where am I? Down here. Okay. Okay. I want to make sure I get back here. Okay. I remember when No Man's Sky first came out, and to me it was kind of gritty, just like Sea of Thieves. It was gritty, and when I say gritty, I mean it's the way the graphics looked, um, and I just really wasn't crazy about it, and I couldn't believe that I paid that money for. But you know what? But today I've seen the game, and it looks great, you know, and they have a lot of things you can do, you know, in that game. And the same thing with No Man's Sky. I mean, over the years, like I said, I first started playing it when it first came out. They were still developing the game, but I have to say, in all honesty, I loved it. I mean, I started saying, okay, now I like the game. Before, no, I don't like, didn't like the game. But I did stick with it. I did. I need the blue. I'm trying to remember the blue. Oh crap! The blue is right there. I don't care about my flowers. Which? Oh, these are green. So which one's blue? Oh, oh, the ones that aren't ready. Go figure. Yeah, yeah. And I know that this game, the Teddy's game, it's going to be one of those ones. And I hate to say it like this, but we all know, like for example, Farm Together 2. Um, when you first started playing it, it did not have a lot of content, which it didn't. And I'm the first one to admit that I wasn't going to grind out the game. I don't like grindy games. I really don't. Some of you do, but I'm just not. I just don't like having to grind out in a game because what's the point, you know? I like a game that I can just jump right into and play and not worry about grinding to whatever level, you know, things like that. I mean, that's what I appreciate about, you know, a lot of these games is that that for that reason. I thought I had these open. No? Well, that's my next project. Yeah, I don't like grindy games. You know, like having to grind to level 250 or level 750 and I just don't. I no. But then again, I know that when people first started playing Farm Together too, and again, there was not a lot of content. Absolutely not. Um, People did. They grinded. They grinded their farms, and I'm sorry, I couldn't do that. I could not do that. Um, you know, even though I was going through some tough times and stuff, I just couldn't do it. Oh God, no. And I think because you're right, Ace, I missed out on. Well, that was the other time too. Like I missed out on the Christmas event, and I think maybe partially the Halloween. But yeah, I missed out on a couple events too. But I remember when I went back to the farm, I had this thing called the mine. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. And you know what I did? I took that mine and put it out in the middle of nowheres. Because you know what I'm saying, guys? I was not, like, no, I ain't going to be playing with that stupid thing. You know, that was my feeling. It was like, that's a stupid thing. And then I remember when I logged on, I got a rabbit and there was some other animal. And, I said, oh, we got two new of these. And, which was nice, but again, it's whatever your preference is. Yep. Oh, you only have one? Wow. Well, I'll tell you something. We only have what? The blue mushrooms, purple mushrooms, or whatever. We have those, and we have the white mushrooms. And what do we got? Nine? We have 9 openings for the mine, right? So, and I remember early on, um, again, I totally ignored that mine. I did for a long time. And it was so funny because, we had our pigs and everything. So then all of a sudden it comes up and it said it wanted these particular type mushrooms. And I'm like, excuse me? I did not. And I'm being stupid over here because I'm like, oh, the pigs must drop those, right? I mean, who knew? I didn't know that the pigs had, dropped those mushrooms. That was the name. I pay attention so much, you can tell. So, yeah. Well, you know what? I'm over there harvesting my pigs. No mushroom, for the quest. So I was like, where the hell is this mushroom? I'm like, it's got to be here somewhere. I mean, anywhere but somewhere, right? And then it dawned on me. The mine. Of course the mine's got them. Because I don't go there. I never went there for anything. So, I was like blind leading the blind. Look at that. All my stuff is ready. Is not ready. Oh. See, I'll fix a picture. I think that was the only house. Yep, because all the other houses are ready. Oh, wait. I got to check this one. make sure. No, I'm glad I looked. Okay. So now I did this. Okay. Are all of these ready? Yep. 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 And then last but not least. Oh. Is it done? No. Okay. Okay. So, some of the new stuff, which is the fun stuff. Oh, I see I got all those sprinklers over there. I got to... That's my emergency plant stuff when I can't plant on the other farms. But today, you know, I did. I took time to do that. Oh, what? Are you serious? Now it wants lettuce? Come on. Wants lettuce for a quest. Ha, come on. Nope. Well. Luckily, it's not for a lot. No, I have to put some down. Stupid. Yeah, I gotta check that farm out, too. And it doesn't have tickets! Yeah, baby. That's the beauty of that. No tickets. You know, that was one of the first things I made sure of on my other farm, my other account. I made darn sure that that farm did not have that ticket thing. I'm like, nope. And it was so nice to not hear that sound. Yeah, that's awesome. It really is really awesome. So, what we have here is, besides a mess, I don't think... Oh, okay. So the new things... Oh! A fluffy sign. Wait a minute. Oh. Wait a second. Oh. Ew. Okay, so here's our new sign. Oh, aren't those cute? Oh, they're... Oh, I like these. Looks like I'm going to have to change some around, you know what I'm saying? Those are adorable. I like them. What else was kind of new? Oh, the fluffy vole. And it comes in different colors, by the way, guys. Just FYI. You can have purple, green that looks, I don't know, and, ooh, orange, no. Oh, wait. I have a problem here. Houston, we have a problem. Okay. See, if you notice, your fluffy bowl, correct? Oh, never mind. I don't want to talk about it. I'm being stupid. I thought it was for your pets. It says increases food capacity and food per resource of an adjacent animal field. Oh, it's a feeder. Oh, okay. I knew that. I was just testing my audience. Yeah, guys, you're probably going, yeah, lady, we know. I had no... Well, because you know what I'm saying? It's like, how come there's no food in it? Okay, wait a minute. If I do this, right? Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I put the food. It looks like, the zebras are going to be eating dog or cat food, one or the other. Well, that's what I thought. I had no idea it was going to be a feeder thing. Boy, them devs, they really do tricky things. I think I'm probably skipping something. Okay, so that we know is, you know what? I want to see if it'll avail. Nope, you have to do it by category. Okay. I don't think there was anything else. No. Okay, decorations. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so the fluffy fountain, that's new. This is old. This is new. I put it down already. This is old. Seems like something's missing. Oh. Let me see. No. I know we have a bench. It's probably the way it's you're looking when you're looking for things. So it's probably the bench because I know we had that already. Yeah. Oh, one of the things that I'm going to plan on doing, you see how they got the grandstand? A goalie. Do you know where this is going? I'm just saying. Ninja versus, I don't know yet. I haven't decided. But look at that. Fluffy Garden Nomette. I love it. So I was thinking in terms of, I got a goalie here, and we have your little grandstand over here. And what a better place to, because I don't know, there was nothing else new. Okay. So we're talking the grandstand, and I guess I could put a ball in the middle. But now, did you not see this? This is great. A cerulean grass or a cerulean lawn. If I'm not pronouncing it right, please forgive me. But I think that would be kind of cool to just lay it out like that and make it that color, Smurfy color, right? So, and believe it or not, somebody, I was like, you need to get over yourself. Somebody complained about the color. It's like, oh well, don't, I mean, really? You gonna complain about the color? Okay, cut it out. I remember as a kid growing up, and an expression that we used to say as kids: "Act your age and not your shoe size." Oh, you did. You put. Oh, nice. Yeah. So yeah. So once in a while, guys, you're gonna run across somebody that's gonna act their shoe size and not their age. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I was just saying. And I don't care. I think sometimes you get to that point in life where it's not that you don't. You care, but you don't. And I think I'm at that point where it's like nothing you can say or do is going to shock me, surprise me, or whatever. I think. Well, this is what I'm saying, I'm telling you, there are some people that act their shoe size and not their age. Yeah, and I think the first time someone said that to me, and I'd be looking, I'm like, what? Yeah. I don't know. There were some things. It wasn't that I didn't care. It was just that there was a lot of things in my life that, okay, okay, yeah, so, yeah, and when you get to that stage, then you'll understand. You'll all understand that eventually, unless you do it right away. It's like, take a breath. Don't be so serious. Take a breath. Look at that. It says I have five. Oh, yeah, I do have 534, don't I? Yeah. Oh, and is it the blue tea bag is what I need? Oh my God. I depleted a lot of my stuff because I was busy doing the shops. So yeah, I depleted like a lot of my diamonds, ribbons, money, yeah. Yep. But I don't regret it, sort of. And my plan is once the event's over with, I'm going to obviously remove a lot of the zebras. But what I think I'm going to go, I don't want to make that area up here an area for crops. I don't want to do that. Because they'll be just down here where the other crops are. So maybe basically what I'll end up doing is, and replacing the Tinkerbells, maybe what I'll do, see, but then I have to put more of those signs down. Um, what I'm thinking about doing is, and I know a lot of people are not going to jump on the bandwagon, but you know what? That's okay. I don't mind. So what I think I'm going to end up doing in the long run is, hopefully for the time being, why is, go to 8. Go to 8. Ah, okay. Oh, because they're starting to, who's these? Okay. Because what I think I'm going to do is obviously the tea's not going nowhere. And the corn, well, it doesn't matter whether I keep it or not because on the flip side, oh, my pleasure hugs, because like what I'm gonna do is obviously, the Tinkerbells will be gone at the end of the event, and the zebras, well, but I figure, because we're gonna get 5 more zebras. When I have no clue, I have no idea, but that's why I said I'm gonna make my farm 2. I'm gonna actually probably recycle it and then set it up in the way that, I'll have everything in play, everything ready for the zebras. I don't think there was anything else. Oh, and oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is August, right? August 16th. I'm assuming that it will be coming soon. Just kind of keep your eyes open. Because we're going to get another DLC. It's going to be called the Zen Pack. And I will tell you right now, you're going to love it. I already seen what Soy was making. He was making one of the houses. I was like, yes. And if any of you played Farm Together 1, if you remember the Japanese house or Chinese house, he's making one of those. Oh. And it's my understanding that it's either we're going to get crops or I don't think well, I don't think flowers. I don't think flowers. But we're definitely going to get because I remember they said like 3 crops, and that's pretty general, you know. So crops I'd be ready for. I won't have a problem with. As far as decoration concerned, I have no idea. Well, houses, and then I don't know what's gonna go hand in hand with that, but I know it'll be something nice. So I'll be looking forward to that. And I doubt very, very much, though I know it'll be an easy thing for him. If and when we get the other five zebras, that'll probably be a separate update, or maybe together. I'm not sure. So I just kind of felt like you guys need a little heads up just about the zebras because we are going to get more. It's not just going to be unless they change their mind. I don't know. Um, and I'm trying to kick back and look at my older skills that I used to do. I used to do modding for State of Decay with a group of people, and we did have an application. And by the way, all the devs knew that's what we did because, they asked us to help and we did. And because they went and made State of Decay 2. By the way, State of Decay 3 is going to be coming out too. I don't know if it's next year or whatever. But like we used to, make different guns and make different characters in the game. If any of you've ever played State of Decay, the characters always had these weird personalities, Some were terrible. But so what we did was we used to just kind of design different, type of weapons and things like that, which was really a lot of fun. And so here's what I did this past week. Never, it's almost like put foot in mouth because guess what? Um, I thought I asked, I kind of was like a challenging thing because um, creating and designing is it's not been a huge thing for me, but I really appreciate it. Um, and then like today or yesterday, the other day, I learned my first thing about AI in games, and I'm like, what? Oh God, how do people do that? Well, I don't want to know. It's just it is, and so what? But it's like it's kind of like the new things for people to do, and I'm sure a lot of you young folks, if you do any type of designing and stuff like that, you go, oh yeah, AI's been out for a long time. Where have you been? I've been out in the woods. Sorry. That's what I have to say because this AI stuff is very new. But doing the coding and everything for stuff in a game, that's what I enjoyed doing way back when. And so to do it now, it's kind of like it's different. So then I put in the forums here in their Discord channel about putting a motorcycle in. Because here's the thing. And I can't, you know what? And honestly, I was looking at it like this. Here, I'll show you guys. Show you exactly what I'm talking about. Hopefully you'll understand what I'm saying. Okay, because I wasn't really sure if a motorcycle, that would be kind of nice for like little novelty item. Because that's what they are, these little things here. Okay, I'm going to start with the truck. Okay? Eek. Eek. Pink. Can we get a purple one? Okay, here we go. Okay. So now I was like looking at this in a perspective view, meaning okay, so a motorcycle has two tires, right? And see, I don't have the app to kind of mess around with it, but I kind of thought, well, this takes up 2 blocks. Now, Moon Eyes thought, well, maybe she thought maybe it should be one. Well, I don't know. You see what I'm saying? If you, oops, no, from that perspective, wait. Um, okay, here we go. It's probably doable. Like this is 1 square. This just takes up 1 square. This little box thing. So I was like looking at it literally from this perspective. Um, because I figured, well, if you make a motorcycle, I know that this has tires on the other side. We all know that. Okay, so from this perspective, when you look at it from one side, that's the perspective I'm looking at it as, right? So, and unless I see how, like, say, for example, this truck was put together, it could help me get the idea of how the motorcycle can be built because it is doable. I mean, there's lots of games with motorcycles in it. It's just a matter of um, making it look like one, even if it's like a bicycle kind of thing. This the problem would be, yes, is the framing, meaning, like, when you look at a bicycle, for example, it does have a frame, etc., etc. Now, I don't know how many of you guys are motorcycle buffs, but by the way, when they first came out with motorcycles, they didn't look like a motorcycle. They looked more like a bicycle with the little engine or whatever on it. So that's the perspective. So I'm thinking now, like, because that's what I've been doing. I've been going crazy and cuckoo trying to say, oh, okay, now I need to get an app that I can create it. And I ran across one the other night and I said, oh no, this is AI. I no. And then and by the way, guys, when I had the AI make me create a motorcycle, I was like, wow. I mean, it was nice, but it was just too modernized for a farm, you know? Because when you look at this truck, that looks like a truck. It's not, it just looks like a truck that's worn. Um, it's not like this brightly lit colored thing. Because that's the other thing too, is the colors, the contrast, and all of that. So that was where I was like sitting there going, it's like, now I'm challenging myself to make a motorcycle. It's like, oh my God, I gotta do this, you know. So I mean, I'm keeping it on my back burner. I'm gonna see if I can try to do it, and then pass it on to Soy and say, yeah, it's doable. We can make motorcycles, yeah. Because all I want to see is something that's decorative. I mean, granted, the horn beeps, who cares? But I want to see, I want to get that in there because, I mean, seriously, guys, there are bicycles and old motorcycles and old vehicles and stuff like that, near farms. Um, so there's that. Of course, there's no space houses and stuff like that either, but, you know. So I said, well, now I'm going to look into that and see how you can do it. Because I used to love doing that. I remember like when we were doing State of Decay, I remember we made this weapon. Oh, I mean, well, we actually used the original design of one of them. It was so fun. Um, it would shoot out like fireworks, and I'm trying to remember now what. And then, and the way it worked was you'd have to like load it up with junk because in the game it did have junk stuff. So naturally, when it was loaded up, you'd see like the stuff come flying out like fireworks, and it would hit the zombie, and of course, the zombie get all lit up like a Christmas tree. Unbelievably funny. So I mean, that's the perspective that with that particular game that we were doing. Um, and of course, like I had this one friend, he liked it when if he made a weapon that would make a lot of zombies, just come out of nowhere. Oh my God, on the entire map. I was like, no. But you know what? It was fun. Um, so, I mean, and a lot of people would say, hey, do you have any more of those weapons? I still do. I still have them. But now it's like, and I would tell people, do yourself a favor. Whatever you do not deconstruct that weapon. That was the only drawback. Um, and I think someone did fix it in the end. But the thing is, when we made, certain weapons, it would take up a lot of like resources, for example. And wherever those resources came from, godly knows. So, you could deconstruct anything and everything in your game, that's long, and it's in in your inventory box that's outside. But the thing is, when you deconstruct it, yeah, you get, whatever was made from it, you would get it back. Great. Well, the problem was when you would deconstruct a weapon that was that you got from us, for example, it would give you 9,999 of something back, of one thing back. So can you imagine? Because I had this one friend, he was saying something about his inventory. I says, "Oh, you so did not do that." He goes, "Yeah, I did." And he goes, "And I have a whole bunch of these." Thank God the thing was unlimited because, it was like unlimited. So it wasn't like, it froze up your game or did bad things to your inventory. It was just that you'd have 990, like 9,999 of those things. And there was only a couple of ways to get rid of them, which meant you had to manually take that 9,999 out of your inventory, put it on the ground, and then just kind of keep doing that and just don't do it again. Don't deconstruct something that, especially when you're told, don't do it, and you do it anyway. But that's human nature, right? Hey, I need my zebras. Come on, people, do my zebras. No one's doing zebras. Come on, come on. I need zebras. And look at that. Nobody's doing my zebras. Okay, I'm going to step away for a few minutes because I want to go and, oh my goodness, 3 hours. I want to go step away and get my coffee, and when I get back, we're going to say a moment of prayer. But I'll be right back. I know you can. So do you have to go there, or is Joe going to call you? There we go. Sorry, guys. Guess what? I had to make my coffee, so now I gotta wait. But that's okay. By the way, guys, I mean, I know some of you are just lurking there in the back and stuff like that, but if you ever wanted me, if you ever want us to put us some, if you want to have some prayers put out, please feel free. Um, Basically, you can say, your mother, brother, father, sister, friend, or whatever. If you ever need some prayers for people like that, please let us know. I mean, we'd be more than happy to include those in our prayer. And it's not that I've been forgetting. It's just that, it is important for everybody to have that in their life. Because you're not the only one that's by yourself, and you're trying to pray for others. So feel free. I don't. It's almost like this. If you're lurking in the background and you have somebody that needs some prayers put out, just say, put the person's name down, or mom, dad, sister, brother, friend, whatever. Just put it out there. I just want to mention that because I know some of you, um, you need them sometimes. Everybody needs them. No matter what, everybody needs prayer in their life. Because I firmly believe in that. So I just wanted to let you know that. So if you ever have someone that you needs prayer for, it, prayer is a very strong thing. I firmly believe in. I know for some of you, it's like, yeah, right. No, I'm dead up serious. I can't pray for you to be a millionaire and hit the lottery or any of those lovely things, but it's just the idea when you have a group of people that are praying, it does help. Because he hears us, he hears us all the time. He hears you all the time. Even in your thoughts, he hears you. So I just want to put that out there. But I want to put some prayers out there for those who need them, whether you know it or not. I definitely want to put those prayers out there for you because you need them. It's a struggling life. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just how you walk in life. And for me, I walk in life with baby steps because I am broken. I think we all are in some way. We're all broken. But you know what? It's okay to be broken. It's quite all right to be broken. Um, it's almost like if you could put all that goodness in a jar, we'd be millionaires. Do you know what I'm saying? But we can't because it just won't happen. So it's maybe in our next lives, who knows? But anyways, I want to just put those prayers out there for people that need them, whether you know it or not. I also want to put those prayers out for caretakers who take care of others, whether it be their loved one, friends, family, or in a facility, things like that. Caretakers are a wonderful, wonderful people. They wear their heart on their sleeve, and but yet they just kind of like go through the motions, do what needs to get done, and um, and for some, it's really for those that kind of basically, if you're taking care of, let's say, a loved one, it's even tougher on them because they live it, they breathe it, they see it every day, and it's a pretty sad and tough situation for them, and they definitely need the strength to keep going. And I mean, love can keep you going. It can, even though it's going to hurt. It's just something that will keep you going no matter what. And and I've been in situations where I've taken care of a family member, and the thing is, it's been said to me, "Why are you taking care of him?" Because he's a human being. Isn't that a simple answer? Because sometimes people they don't, when as a caretaker, sometimes people look at you as if to say, "Why are you doing that?" You know, it's not why. It's because I enjoy doing it, and I know it's for the better of for the other person. Because they need that. The one thing that you never do for to anyone is take away their dignity and respect. Because think about it, when you have to go into the hospital or the doctor's office and they tell you to put a Johnny on, part of you you're embarrassed. But you know what? You still maintain your dignity and respect because that person treated you with dignity and respect. Hello, Blaze, and how you doing today? But I just wanted to put that out there about people that are caretakers, and God bless them for doing what they do because we really need them. And I'm not putting aside the first responders; they do a fabulous job. And when I say first responders, and even our military, but they're a little bit higher above everything. They fight for their country, and that's that. You know, with with and something, they put away their political and all those beliefs. They put them aside because why? They're defending us. They're um they're Did you just check the end of stream? Oh, oh. Yeah, it got a little. I tried to put out the new game, but it's not working too well, so I have to figure it out. But anyway, I just want to put some prayers off for those people, and like I said, they're first responders and they're military, and they're very much appreciated. And also with the military, men and women, they're very much honored, and I'm very thankful we have those dedicated people, for sure. So, there's all of that. And again, we have people that really need those prayers out there because they might have a physical or a medical issue going on. Could be even mental as well. Doesn't matter. But it helps people. It helps. Oh. Well, if you see black, it's only because what happened was we were trying to experiment and go to the other game that I wanted to show people. And I think what I have to do is because Ace tried it from his end. And I think I have to go to Streamlabs and probably start over a new video. I don't know yet. I'll have to find that out. I'll figure it out. Because I have, but see, that's might be the one that clinched it, is that I've had to change like the type of game or game title or something like that, so that might be the reason. I don't know. But there are a couple of people that do stream that game, because I seen them. So there's that. I don't know how popular it is as far as how many people stream, but they do. So, there's always that. Oh, yay. No, no. I still need zebras done today. Why? Oh, no, I don't need zebras done. Yes, I do need zebras done. Why aren't they kicking in? Because no one's doing zebras. That's why. Okay. Mr. Zebra, what are you doing over here? You know. I am kind of curious, though, if the regular zebras, what they're going to drop. Maybe, you don't put horseshoes on zebras. Well, I suppose you could, but I don't foresee that. What do you mean you're doing your own donkeys? Oh. Cheebas, everybody's doing the donkey. Jump on the... I think we said something about this. Everybody's doing the donkeys, and I guess, wait a minute. What do you get from donkeys? No, what do they give you? I don't even... horseshoes. That's all they give you is horseshoes. Horseshoes gives you hearts. Oh, I knew that. Yeah, sure you did. But I suppose if you got to choose between... Hello, Acer. I suppose if you have to choose between the donkeys and the horses, I guess I'd pick the donkeys. And that means a lot of wheat. I don't know. I guess. I'm just guessing, guys. Let me see. So I need the blue. Oh, figures. Number 9. Oh, can't go there. See, I'm working on trying to get these. Oh, the blue. Yeah, I need the blue. I need the blue. Nobody did zebras yet. I guess your T's are the blue. And the herbs are green? Look at that, my farmer's public. You think anybody come? Nope. Oh, nice, Blaze. I hope you need to do zebras. She's a sweetheart. Hugs for you. She's a sweetheart. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's going to turn into fall. Watch out. Oh. Oh. Any blue? Yes. Down here somewhere. Wait a minute. This is not blue. Oh, yes it is. Yay me. Okay, as long as it's blue, I'm happy. Anything else? Forget about it. The house is all done too, Blaze. So if you need to get some stuff for your house, for the what is it? The kitty portrait. It's ready. See, is there many? This must drive people crazy when they gotta do their tea and herbs. Yay! Somebody's here. The Blaze is here. Scrap is here. Sometime yesterday was really funny. I just kind of glanced to see, because I was already done, but I glanced over there and I noticed some of my friends were Xbox were here, and my brother was here. So I was like, oh wow. And it's hilarious because I don't think because sometimes I don't think they realize, like, oh, there's Snow, oh, there's so and so. Yeah. So if anybody ever sees one of my friends, his name is Snowfall30. He's one of my bestest, goodest friends. Well, you know, I just went public, so I guess I'm good for now. But I was not public earlier today. I had it down on private, only because I needed to get stuff done. I really did. You know, I depleted a lot of my stuff, and plus it had to get done. I upgraded a lot of my buildings. I did do that. Yep. And now I'm also in the 1 billion as far as not every shop, but the dairy one. I'll show you when I'm done with this row. Well, wait a minute. Is it going to show what it's looking for? I'll have to look. Oh, yay! It's done. Yay me. He's on a train? God bless him. Yeah, and I think the way you have to make it turn is with one of your triggers to make it turn into the mine, and then it comes back out. Then it goes back to the beginning. Oh, wait, let me see something. Um, that was it. I don't know if when we had Farm Together one, they had a train there too. And I remember my brother was AFK on his train. But the thing was, I was watching him via his map. And all of a sudden, he was going into an area which I'm like, where did he go? Because, and then I could physically see him, but it was just like, all of a sudden, his train literally went off the map. So I was like, You could see it. It just would go off the map. So I'm like, okay. Is he riding the train right now? He is, Oh my God. God bless him. I might not be streaming tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, because I've got a busy Monday coming up tomorrow. I've got, hopefully, because I got to get up early and do some serious running around in the state of New Hampshire. Oh, good heavens. Okay, so now I don't need to... I can unpin it because I don't need it. Shards, well, what? Romantic balloons I did. Wheat? Oh, wheat as in wheat. Oh. I think I did bright lights, but I'll check it. And I didn't do the coins because that's an let me see. I'll sneak back over here. See, that's what I do. I just sneak back over where I gotta go. And wheat, I think, is winter time. Pretty sure it is. No? Okay. Well, goody for me. It doesn't require a lot. Okay. Okay. See, that's what I'm saying. I mean, rather than me go on a farm too, because, obviously that's where, all my stuff is that I really do. So I figure, you know what? While I'm here waiting and doing my thing, I have a feeling that bright lights, if that's what I think it is. Let me see. Yeah, I already planted those. So the only thing I'm basically waiting for is that. He's inspecting the tracks. Yeah. I'd be willing to bet you any amount of money that this thing's almost full. No, not yet. Wow, surprised.
It's 3:00 p.m.
Oh, I'm trying to... Okay. Oh. Well. Okay, money. Money, yeah, money. What do I do? Oh, gosh. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to remove some of these because I don't unpin. No. I still... Ooh. Oh, boy. Rainbow. I'm going to unpin it anyways. No big deal. Wheat and tree. I'm not going to use that one. Lucky coin is fed up. Ooh. Cherry tomatoes. Oh, wow. I don't think those... Look at that. 46,000 XP. Nice. Today, I had a quest to do over 1,000... I forget what the thing was, but I had to do over 1,000 today. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. But see, bypass ticket trader, candy shop, Smitty. See what I mean? I don't... Mushroom stand ain't bad, but I'm gonna leave it alone. And I'm doing pretty good on the apothecary. Fish stand I haven't touched. Arts and crafts, they want blue, which I could probably do now, but I don't think I have that many. Vegetables, fish. Restaurant. Flower shop I did a little of until I ran out of stuff. I gotta be careful with the warehouse because now it wants 8,000 of those eggplant thingies, and that's it. And if I look, oh no, I'm not giving it, no. See, it's just gonna hit me. And it's just like earlier it hit me for tomatoes. And I'm like, are you serious? So, yeah. It hits me for things I don't want to give up. Sorry. Well, the only shops that not well, other than horseshoes, I guess. And you know something? This is my horseshoe shop, okay? I mean, as you can see, look at the level of that Smitty syrup. I have never really touched it that much. So, you know, it's kind of like that's what you got to work on. Well, um, what about your spice trees? How are those doing? Oh, I can't show you that here. Wait a minute. Okay, so, oh, God. So, okay, on my spice trees, the two main trees that I use are my Ceylon and cinnamon. Okay? I have one guy who does yeah, see these are P10s and the only thing that I have one worker on each tree. So what they basically do is they do all of these. You know, and I think this was the last to finally get P10. Um and for the obvious reason, you know, when you look and see that this summer, you know, I could probably, but I'm not going to bother. Um, I could probably prestige them, but in a sense, I don't want to do that because they're just single seasons. Let me see, BC. Can I wave? Here's a pumpkin for you. Ooh. What the heck did I just... That was weird. Made a weird sound. See? Yeah. Monterey Silly. Oh, scrap it. Oh, in case they need to do, I'll... See, honestly, I don't know what, I'll just let them know. Oops. No. Oh. I think it was you that we had this conversation about donkeys. They don't really give you that much, and the only thing that they're giving are just, you know, well, are giving the medals. But then again, I slack big time on that shop. So it's kind of like you got to do that shop at the same time. The one that I've generated a lot of medals from was the spices and a few other things. Let me see. Who else was there? Oh. No. Yeah. See, now, for example, if you have lots of cheese or the canneries, because they can get filled up pretty quick, because, I mean, that's also including the tomatoes and fish. So there's that. And I know that this is the cheap way to go, but you know what? It works for me. There's the candy shop, okay? Granted, she's level 133. But I have really no need because, well, I probably do now. But over here, with the honey stuff or the jam, yeah, I mean, I think eventually, but I haven't. I've never really filled it. Honestly, well, I can't say that. Well, almost filled it with the honey and the jam, only because it's like I don't do the jam. I don't like it gets filled, but then Oh, I'm so sorry. Poor Scrappin'. Um, right now I currently have, which I might move these around a little bit. But you know what? The jam factories are the fastest when it comes to your jam stalls. When with generating some ribbons for yourself. I mean, I suppose, but here's the thing. I suppose you could go the donkey way, like everybody's been doing lately. But there are other ways too, and especially if you don't have access to them. And then again, you're going to have a lot of wheat. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like you have to, weigh the pros and cons. Like for right now, I have 6 of them, 6 jam stalls, and they work. They're fast. And the juice machines are the juice machines, but again, they're fast. So there's that. And again, if you use your favor for those things, you'll get them all the faster. You will. See, that's how I look at it. It's like I don't have to go down and put down a bazillion, donkeys just to, do that. Some people will. I'm not saying don't do it, but some people will. And, I'm one of the ones that, nope, I'm not going to put down a bazillion donkeys. There's no way I'm going to do that. I don't have to. But I suppose if you want it to be, and that's the other thing. Is it quick and fast? Do the math. Is it quick and fast? This is what I'm asking. Because with your donkeys, how long do you have to wait? Okay? Obviously, horses are over 2 days. Donkeys are, let me double check just to be sure. Oops. Okay, see, it's kind of like, it's like for me, I have to do the math and figure it out. Because even though you can have a buttload of donkeys on your farm, you still got to wait a day. Okay, and a day is 24 hours. So, I mean, it literally, the weighing the pros and cons. I'm kind of old school when it comes to, well, what gives me the best benefit? Do I put down 1,000 donkeys? And that's the other question I'll ask you. Do you put down 1,000 donkeys? And like you're saying, a lot of people may or may not come visit your farm, and they may or may not use favor. So then what are you going to do? You're going to end up doing it on your own, where people are more apt to come to my farm when they're here, and I see them diddy bopping around near the factories and things like that. So in that sense, I'm still earning medals because I can trade them in. So I mean, I don't know. I'm just weighing the pros and cons. I don't have to wait a day for my apples to be done or ready. I don't. Um, it's almost like with the fish. You don't have to wait a day. So it's a matter of what you think is the best avenue to go. But I certainly am not going to go put down a bazillion donkeys just because. I don't see it. I just don't. And that's, I mean, to me, that's just me. I'm going to go here and do this. Okay, that's better. I can't believe it's 16,000. And you know what I mean? It's like 16,000 no matter what you do. That's kind of crappy, but it is what it is, I guess. Because those poinsettias are never going to match up to the rest of your flowers. They're just not going to do that. So, unfortunately. I mean, because that's why when I tell people that are new to the game, how they can earn, the more ribbons quickly or the diamonds much more quickly. I mean, because matter of fact, Heather, when I used to say to her, and you know this, Blaze, I used to say to Heather, just put a little mini lettuce farm down, which she did, and it got bigger and bigger. But then on the same token, I said, and you know what? All you do is cash them in over here, and you just kind of sort of keep upgrading it because it was cheaper then, and it still is cheaper. You know, so there's that. I mean, because I have gone to farms where people hardly upgrade their shops, which they should. But there's that. So, and I'm gonna grab my coffee because I know it's ready. So I will be right back. Um, I'm trying to remember. See, because no matter what, you're waiting for your donkeys for a day. You're waiting for your horses for two. And I can't remember how many I had down for donkeys and well, actually, probably a lot more than 250. Well, maybe 250. I think it was 250. And I remember always putting the donkeys and the horses in a separate farm, only because they take a long time. And so it wasn't like something you have to harvest, every few hours or it's like, obviously a daily thing, or every 2 days. And I think the only reason why, which that didn't work out too well either, um, oh, wait a minute. And I'm not trying, I'm not trying to bash anybody that wants to do, donkeys. Got nothing to do with it, because anybody that knows, yeah, I mean, honestly, I think when you do the two main ones, because that's what I did way back when, originally, that worked for me. Let me see. Sort by, I want to do resource. I think yeah, that makes sense. Okay. No, it's not going to make sense because you're not going to see them all. Actually, I can, oh, wait a minute. I can do it this way. Okay. See? Sort by resource. Okay, here we go. Okay. Originally, where the heck are those other two? Wait a minute. Oh, I know they're here. But anyway. Originally, even though, these aren't leveled up all that wonderfully and great, there was these here that was, your spicy ones. Why isn't the other one showing up? Because, why? Okay, let's go by here. Category, maybe? Will that look right? No, that won't look right. No, because I want to see them all. Okay, sort by resource. Okay. But I don't see... I do not see... Why don't I see it? They're not here. Isn't that weird? Oh. Oh. I know why. Maybe. That's why. Okay, this would... I guess it makes sense. Okay. You've got these here, which originally were in the original, setup of farming, of your... What they did was they took the coriander, the curly parsley, and the flat parsley, and they put them all, under the herbs. That's what they did. Okay, so that what makes a difference. It makes sense, because I was like, where are the other ones? Okay. So way back, and I honestly don't recall which one was the first one that came out. But anyways, when you're doing like your peppercorns again, I kind of sort of had to match them up. And you can still do the same thing. It doesn't matter. Like here, you've got 3 seasons. Which one's the one that's missing, which is your winter, is this one here, green peppercorn. I mean, you have to kind of figure it out a little bit. And actually, be honest with you, I think it was one of these I used. Spring, summer. Wait a second. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. The trees that you want, because they accent and it's much more helpful and they level up a lot more faster, is your Ceylon. Okay? Because that gives you spring, fall, right? And then over here, the Cassia, which gives you summer, winter. These two accent each other. So like you could, it's almost like if you never ever put these other spice trees down, you're fine. And what you do is you put one worker down for the Ceylon, which they will do 575. Okay, so then the same rule would apply with the Cassia, 575. Okay, and believe you me, they do them really quick and fast. You get them done. But these workers will be working all season round. The if you put if you because if you're using Criollo and Trinatro, let me see. Yeah, see, no, I see what you're saying, but you know what? You're missing a season. You're missing winter. See, so that's why I'm saying if you did these two, you're good. So have one guy on this one and one guy on this one, and you'll see an amazing, difference. I mean, there'll be quite a difference in all of them. Um, and same thing like, excuse me, because I'm always cashing these in. Same thing with these. My black mulberry is spring winter. I think it was paired with I need summer fall. There it is right there. So you got your blueberries, um, and then you have your black mulberries, okay? And when I can, yeah, I'll make them P10s, not a big deal to me. But at least I know the work if I kind of start those rows like I've been doing, then you can have P10s that you can make them P5 right up to P10. And look at that. I forget when I started this, but it's like, I know one's a little behind than the other, but maybe that's because I've been recycling my farm a little bit here and there. But it helps. And the same thing. I mean, this is beautiful. It's almost like with your apples now, you do have you have your regular apple tree, right? And that is the cheapest, the least inexpensive tree for any of you guys that have low level farms. It's the best route to go. Um, and if you want to get a little braver, do your chrome cyber because guess what? It's 4 seasons, and it is cheaper to buy that than it is to buy the golden apple. Okay, so that's what you're looking at. Um, Because seriously, when you look at these trees, you want to look for something that's going to have that one more season that you need. So, like when you look at your pear trees, I just need the one, you know. So I went with, I think it was probably say no. Okay. See, I need winter, but granted, the plum tree and the this tree, they're both the same. It doesn't matter which one you go with. Because the only thing that you're missing is your winter. That's how I do it. It just makes sense. Same thing with your lemon trees. The lemon trees, I look for two that are close. So I have this one here, which is summer and spring summer, and I think yep, I used tangerine. See, so I found that when you're using trees that complement one another, meaning giving you all 4 seasons with workers, it's going to work out, you know? And for all you newcomers, it's the good old bamboo trees. It's like, if you don't want to do the lettuce, then don't do it. Put your bamboo trees down. Those are for your cows. That's all it feeds. So, and then the peanut tree. I'm gonna tell you something. I just pulled my hair out when it came to that. That's why I don't have any peanut butter factories, because you put out a lot. But the only two trees that I found that were really decent, which was the pine tree and the pistachio, because they both have all 4 seasons. See, that's the point I'm trying to make. It has all 4 seasons. Now, when you look at these fig trees, oh my God, let me tell you what a mistake that was. Well, the thing is, though, see, I needed to get that fruit type thing, so, I said, the heck with it, and I put it down. Look what I did. I was prestiging them, but for some reason, I get a lot of them. And because we have so many of the quote pineapple type trees, I actually put them on one map. That's it. They do have some that kind of accent one another. If you just want to go with the two, I mean, they do have that. So, like, if you just say, well, you know what, I just want to have that one worker going around all the time, all 4 seasons. Because, see, that's kind of the point. But if you set it up the other way, which I can't show you because people are here, maybe. Nope, nobody's here. Okay. Um, because I did put something down for Fran so she could physically see what I was talking about. And by the way, she only had 2 workers. I mean, because of the level of her farm, she didn't have any more. But then I told her, I said, if and when you get the chance to get another worker, even if she can get 2, she should ASAP get. And if she has those 2 trees, she's in. She's golden. Because that's where she'll be getting her ribbons from. Because, I mean, I just don't want to see people struggle and think, oh, everybody's doing donkeys. You know what? You're right. You want to wait a day? Have at it. Because the beauty about those trees is you don't have to wait a day. You wait 17 minutes, isn't it? 16, 17 minutes. So do the math, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just saying do the math. We're not stupid people here. But I'm just telling you, do the math. Because when you get all those people out there, and if they don't have workers on them, they're over there, you know, doing their own thing. They're harvesting their own donkeys, okay? And that's my point, is that they have to wait every day, every 24 hours to harvest those donkeys, and God only knows how much corn or wheat they're putting down, because they're going to eat the wheat. Period. End of story. No gray area. Okay? My trees don't eat nothing. So I put my trees down in a way that they are covering all my fruits and things like that. I mean, and I know that I can also get my ribbons from that. That's where that's where it gets generated. And I'm really surprised no one kind of brings this up in the other Farm Together Discord channel, only because it's just kind of common sense. Why should I want to take up a whole farm with who knows how many donkeys, for example? Okay? Why should I want to do that when I simply have to do my spice? I mean, in a sense of the word, it's that simple. And also, where you have your jam stalls that you first get, those jam stalls are done pretty quickly, and they don't require a lot. So I mean that's, I don't know. I won't try the donkey thing because I'm not going to wait a day. I need my stuff now. And here's the other thing. It goes to show you. Like, a lot of my animals are not P5. Luckily, if they're P1. But, none of my donkeys are P5s. Okay? None of them. And the thing is, just like the horses, they don't level up that fast. So, there's that. If you are strapped for gold, and you can't put down a lot of donkeys, let's say, for example, or even horses, I mean, you're gonna go broke, and then you're gonna sit there and go, now I need to do this. I think so, Franny. I absolutely think so, because like I said, here's the difference, Fran. You got a donkey over here, right? And you got your spice tree. It can be the Ceylon or the other one. Doesn't matter, right? So I got my donkeys over here that take a day, right? And then plus you gotta, worry about putting the wheat down, by the way, corn, wheat, whatever, okay, to feed them. And Ace could tell you, when we were putting that farm down, I already ran out of wheat. I did. I ran out. I was like, oh my God. But here's my point. When you're doing 1,000 donkeys and 1,000 trees, the advantage that you have with any tree that you put down, okay, every 15 minutes, or whatever the season is, I think it's 17. But think about this. So every 15 minutes, you can go and harvest your spice trees, right? Every 15 minutes. So you're getting, like, let's say, 1,000 spice in comparison to, actually, you're getting more than 1,000 spice. I got to back that up. But think about it. You're only getting 1,000 from the donkey one day. That's 24 hours. I'm not going to do the math, but it's kind of simple. When you think about your spice trees, I don't know how many 15 minutes or 17 minutes are in 24 hours, but I'll tell you what, I will stick with my trees any day over donkeys. I mean, I'm just saying, because you don't even have to feed your trees. And some clown could come in there and try screwing up your trees. They can't screw up your trees. You know why? Because no matter what, they will always be ready on that season. I mean, very, very, very clearly. Let me have a tree. Oh, they're over here. But I'm just going to show you this too. Like, when you... oopsie, whoopsie. Okay, so I'm going to do one of these. Oops, get out of there. One of these and one of those, right? Okay, so I'm going to show you this here. And it says, when you walk up to that tree over here, see, it'll say 24 minutes. There. Well, see, that's what I'm saying, friend. And like the cassia is, like right now, is 7 minutes. The other one is 24 because of the seasons. So, because of that, whereas I have my workers up there, over here, no matter what season it is, those workers are doing 575 of those trees every 15 minutes over a day. So, I'm sorry. And on top of that, they got to feed the donkeys. So, I don't think it's a brilliant idea. I honestly don't. But hey, God bless those that think it is. And if that's what you want to do, that's what you're going to do, no matter what anybody says. I mean, it just works out that way. I mean, it is what it is. You could get your corn and whatever you want up to Prestige 5. It's going to give you a couple of extra ones, but then you still got to get it to Prestige 10. And let me tell you something. I did workers on my corn for a long time, and it does take a long time for your corn to level up to even 100. I mean, if you want to be technical about it, I've been doing these, and my corn is still level 8 P5. It's 8, as in Prestige 8, okay? But it's still level 68. Look at how slow, and I want you to... See, these are the other things, that people need to pay attention to. Here I am, right? Okay, yes, I'm getting 2 corn, but I also want you to pay attention. Look at that ticker down on the bottom left of your corner of your screen where your corn is. Well, the thing is, the horseshoes you get from, let's say, when you trade them in with that guy, I think they're both the same. I think they're both the same. Because I know what you're saying. I thought that too when I was doing certain things. I'm like, oh no, they're about the same. But you have to admit, see, and that's where I'm like, oh gee, I hope a lot of people don't do that. But then again, if they do, see, they can get diamonds from the apothecary, which is fine. If you need diamonds more than you need ribbons, then, trade them in that way. You see, that's the only beauty of it. Now, see, the thing I'm showing you right now is my corn is still level 68 and it's gradually moving. If I put workers on there, it will still gradually move. And by the way, leveling up this corn has got nothing to do with the upgrade or the upgrade that they did to this game. It's got nothing to do with that. So that's a totally different ball game. But you know what I'm saying? So it took me a very long time because I don't have workers on them anymore. And I don't really plan on putting workers on my corn. Absolutely not. When it makes level 10, it'll make level 10. I really haven't checked out the other ones that are wheat as well. I haven't done that. As a matter of fact, the other ones that offer you wheat was like the rice ones. And I'm not sure how fast or slow they level up. You'd have to check it out. The one that I stuck with at the time, way back when, was because corn was fast using sprinklers as far as, time-wise. I don't think, because the rest of them are like an hour or something like that. Corn is 15 minutes right now. And what I'm getting every 15 minutes, every 15 minutes is, corn's, every 15 minutes I'm getting wheat every 15 minutes, and it's a good thing. I can get more corn if I used my favor, which I don't. So I mean, it really comes down to I think it's my opinion is that you kind of like weigh the pros and cons of what you have and what will give you the best. Like, see, this one here is 30 minutes. That's just your regular corn. An hour and 45 minutes. Now, the thing is, you got to, split that in half because the thing, obviously, with the corn and stuff like that is their time-wise. Like, I know there's a strawberry red corn, and then there's the Junin, which is a different season. But, wait a minute, where's Junin? Right here. Okay. So that would work well. I mean, if you want to change your mind and say, I kind of like the Junin, I kind of like this. Yeah. But again, it goes to, and not a lot of these animals are prestige, and the reason being is watch your level. Because once you decide what is good as far as leveling up faster, then that's where you make it. I know that I did. I started to do I started to do these. Not that one. I started doing the black one originally because the black one seemed to go a lot faster as far as leveling up. And these little guys here, if you get them, the California Rabbit, they're pretty fast. It's a 45. It's 45 minutes. And it's like anything else. I mean, if you just put a field of rabbits up there, put your workers on them, they should level up in no time. Or just do it yourself. Doesn't matter. But I mean, these are just things that are just kind of gradual through the game. That's what they physically are. So I mean, I don't know when it's like I was told. I think they did something with them. There's this guy here, the Belgian goat. He finally prestiged out to 5 today. Um, an Australian brown goat. So it's kind of like, even though you have all those animals, and maybe you just recently got the prestige building, pay attention to what they like their when they level up. Um, oh, let me see. Is it this one? I think it was. No. Which one was it? I think it, no. I have one that's prestige, and I can't remember which one it was. Um, for even for example, and I'm looking at it from the perspective that I want it to be prestige 5. And instead of doing the regular potato, I did Carolina potato. I think when it was leveling up, it leveled up slightly faster than the potato. Okay. Um, so you have to kind of weigh the pros and cons of, well, does this go faster than the other? I mean, really, that's what it breaks down to is which one goes. Oh, I think that's no, no. One of them, I said to myself, "Are you serious?" I mean, because because that's the thing. Oh, and here's the other thing too. When they're leveling up, pay attention. Like, don't automatically when you're sitting there and they're level 1 or level 10, and you go, "Oh, well, this one's going fast." Do yourself a favor. When you decide which ones you feel are good to prestige, pay attention to their levels because generally, as a rule, for me anyways, I wait until they're after level 15 to 20. And the reason why I say that is because, the first 10, even 15 levels, of course that thing's going to go fast. But then it gradually slows down, to like a crawl. I mean, look at my corn. It's still level 68. You know, um, I mean, I don't know. I suppose I could do a higher level type wheat type product, but here's the thing. Do I want to do that? And wait an hour or more? Nope. I just do these ones here. Um, oh, they're on my other farm, so I can't show you. Um, but I can do it here. There are those resources, right? Let me see. Is it going to show another category? Probably not. Okay. There's more than 3 types. But see, here's the other thing. Like, I haven't prestiged any one of them, only because, well, I just started like kind of putting them down, but I have not been paying attention to, their leveling up. Plus, if you look, a lot of the majority of them are winter. I don't know. Let me see what that season says. Um, okay. There's this one here, too. The only drawback about the rice, I mean, it doesn't have a lot of options as far as seasons. And look at this with the peanuts. This is ridiculous. Spanish peanut, summer, winter. And then this one here. So I guess peanuts don't grow in the spring, right? It would have been lovely if they did, but they don't. And that's why I got really frustrated with the peanuts. The peanut butter machine is that I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to bother. I did. I bought the machine, started seeing the quest, got the machine up to level 100, and I'm like, nah, I'm not doing that. I deleted the machine, and anytime that I see a quest that I get that requires me to make peanut butter, I will abandon that because I am not gonna waste my time. Absolutely not. Because I'm not. I don't. I mean, maybe now because of the options that we have as to how many you can grow, maybe that would be the only reason that I would do that. But other than that, no, no, I won't do it. As I have told some of my friends, with you know what, delete it. Just don't do it. Don't do that quest. It's just a waste. But again, it falls back to you and you making that choice and that decision. I mean, if you sit there and you think about your spice trees, those two spice trees, in comparison to donkeys, I'm sorry, but I'm going to take those spice trees over those donkeys any day. And believe you me, when I had my farm set up with the donkeys and the horses, and I really would, I'd wait a couple of days because then I knew the donkeys and the horses were all ready. I knew that the poinsettias were ready. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that this farm was set up like a 2-day farm. You set it, you forget it for a couple of days. You go back and you harvest everything there is, and then you wait another couple of days. But in the process, your horses are going to eat a lot depending on how many, apple trees you got up and you're generating. Yeah. So, I mean, it just depends. But nope, I ain't jumping on no donkey wagon. They can keep their donkeys. I'll be happy with my spice trees. That's how I look at it. I want my spice trees, and because that's originally what I did a long time ago when I first started playing. I went for the spice. And then I stupidly went for grapes. I mean, I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to do grapes, but it was just, in a sense, it was just a waste of time. It was a waste of all of that time. Oh, that's ready, whatever it is. Oh. Oh, that's right too, when you put them down. But I don't know. It just, like I said, it just depends on the person. If especially, and I see a lot of people, they're upset about it because they got a nice little farm set up and everything else, but they don't get a lot of visitors. Hey, guess what? I don't either. When my event's not on, I do not get a lot of visitors. And it's not that I don't care. It's just that, they just don't come to my farm. You want to leave? Yeah. See, now I'm going to go to my farms, and I'm going to go up here, and I'm going to go here and make it private. I'm going to go to farm 2. Okay. So, here we go. Here we go. I don't even know if I have donkeys ready or not over here. I might. Ooh. Oh my gosh, look at all that stuff that's ready. Yeah, I like that. My tomatoes are ready. Oh gosh. Oh, I gotta look and see. There was 2. Monterey celery. Oh, that's a lot. Oh. Well, these tomatoes ain't going anyways. I'm just curious, though, about the other things. And I'm definitely going to go for rows of 1,000 of my crops. I'm just going to make some rows of 1,000, and that's it. I'm not going to go any more than that. And I'm going to do 250 of my animals and go for that. But now let's go over to 4 and see what that is, because I have... Oh. It's the balloons. Oh, and there's that other stupid thing. Let's go available. Oh, golden beets. Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't know that. Red currant. Bananas. Okay, so I'm doing all right. And it's like anything else. See, these are non-event items, these balloons, but yet I get puzzle pieces from them. So I'm hoping, to eventually get that. Do I have to do these again? I guess I do. I thought maybe it was for another quest. That's probably why. Okay. See, and again, see these ones here, lucky coins. The only thing is with these, because they're non-event items, is the season. They're only one season. They'll be ready. Oh my gosh. Are you serious? And I harvested all of those too. Let me see. Here's my wheat, right? Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Oh, it's the horses. Oh God, there goes my apples. Not that I care. And I have to do all these horses because obviously they'll be off sync if I just do one and not the rest. That's the only other thing too about, like the horses and donkeys. I mean, it's like that they're not going to be ready for another couple of days, and I always get that white one of the painted horse. They always throw that in for a quest. So there's that. And the horses, there was only one horse that I thought leveled up pretty fast, and he was the off-colored one. But see, even with this, the donkeys, and I only have 144 down, so they're not going to eat a lot of wheat. It's just not. And by the way, if you decide you want to prestige your donkeys and your horses and stuff like that, be aware of when they do level up and stuff like that. You will not see your first benefit until you prestige them to 5. Okay? Meaning you have to make them reach level 100 5 times before you can get that benefit. And then once you do that, then you have to rinse and repeat to do it for level 10. You have to wait. So for every 100 levels, that's the only time you can prestige them. On the flip side, and here's the other thing too, Fran. On the flip side, when you look at some of these donkeys and you say to like, oh, I want to prestige them, right? Okay. You got to pay attention to that because because what happens is, see, I've done it. I mean, I'm very guilty of that. So when you prestige a bunch of things, and then you look back at your money and stuff and go, oh, what the heck did I spend it all on? Prestige. Flowers, I think, are the worst. So, I mean, that's how it is, It's like, it's however Oh, so I do have them over there. Oh, yeah, I'll take that. I think it was this donkey that I said, yeah, might work out. See how fast they're leveling up right now, and they're not even level 15. So this is the thing that you got to be aware of, is that after a certain point, it slows down. As far as, the donkeys are concerned, it slows down. I mean, anything that you do, that you harvest, it slows down. After a while, it does. Though the rabbits, I think, were the slowest. Not in the beginning, but in the end. Yeah. See, here's these ones. Yeah. See, these are the ones that you got after Now look at this. Pastel llama, right? Look at how slow this is. Leveling up, and it's level 15. Okay? So there's that. And yeah, you get diamonds. Woohoo. But now look at this in comparison. The rainbow alpaca is still waiting. But the only thing I get from that is diamonds, and I get confetti. So there's that. I mean, it's like you got to weigh the pros and cons of which one you want to choose. Seriously. Like here, when I did these Surrey alpacas, see the black one? I would say that the black alpaca does level up a lot faster than the other ones. The only drawback is, yeah, it's 10 hours. So what? You know what I mean? And I forget what they eat. I think it's the purple stuff. I think it's eggplants. And you're thinking, oh, well, that llama's leveling up pretty fast. Yep, that's because it will eventually slow down. It will. It will come to a crawl. So, took me a long time to figure that out. So, I don't know. I think it's a preference that everybody has. If you want to have a whole big bunch of, those things on your farm, the donkeys, have at it. I mean, same thing with the trees. But I know that the two main trees that I've used right now are P10s. And the workers do it, not me. And, my workers are constantly busy, except these guys, because there's nothing for them to do. So I guess, like I said, it just depends. It's whatever your preference is. The watch is going to ask me to do X amount of alpacas after I harvested them. I'm still confused about those zebras. Okay, see? This is that setup I did for you. I did this setup for you with this worker here. Okay? So you got your apple trees. Another apple tree, which again, it's 24. They're all 4 seasons. Your pear, your plum, lemon. Even though this one doesn't, it's not on, but guess what? You got this one here. Why? Because it's the only tree that has the fall. But other than that, it is. And the thing is, you have this worker here and the other worker down there. And if you went all the way, you have 286 of whatever it is that you're doing here with the apples. And it'll go a lot faster and quicker. But if you only do solely the pine trees, not pine trees, excuse me, the spice trees, yep, 575. Put the worker down, then do your spice trees, all in that one little area with him. Then when you go to the second one with another worker, 575 of the other spice trees, and you're good. And you have those workers going and working, and they're doing it all 4 seasons. Even though you're looking at the trees and say, well, that only has 2. Yes. But you've got to look for that. You got to use that second tree to complement the other one. So, which means you'll have a solid flow of spice coming in all the time. That's what I learned a long time ago, and it wasn't even just the trees. Because, like I said, even when they did the change, I'm trying to remember which one I did. However, I did that. Oh no, I don't want to do available. I want to do resource. Okay, so I do know that on these trees, see now it's not going to show me them all. I do know that on these trees, like, okay, you could probably do that because does it have a winter? Yeah. So, like, I would do those. I think this one here had a lot of them too, the white peppercorn. Because I remember I did the peppercorn, and I think there was the one herb. Let me take a peek at it. Oh, no. Go back. Yay. Okay. So there was one. I have to look under the herb. Yeah, it was this one right here. When watered, it's every 4.5 hours. Not bad. You know? Not bad. And these were never prestiged only because they didn't have prestige at the time. But I didn't worry about it because I knew that this one was 4.5 hours and this one here was, what, 5 hours? 5.5 hours. So, I mean, it's just a matter of picking which one you want to do and weigh in, like I said, weigh it in. Figure it out. That's what I did. Now, let me see. Let me see something here. We will go to... I'll check that theory. I've never really bothered. Honestly, I never did. Ooh. Okay, so I'm going to go over here to the Smitty. Come on, Pokey. Get over there. Okay. Initially, it's going to give me, because I have 7,520 horseshoes, for example, it's going to give me 1,880 ribbon. Okay? That's what it's going to give me. And I personally would not be getting rid of these here, these stones. Don't do it because you need those to open up more of your mine. I don't recall using these. I honestly don't. And I wouldn't be selling my gold because you never know when you might need it. Okay, so let's go over here to the restaurant, for example. Actually, before we even head there... Okay, he's not gonna... Okay, so for the amount of spices that I have now, which is 3,800, he's going to give me 19,000 diamonds. Okay? Do I need them? Not right now. But when I go over here to this guy, I know that the amount of metals is going to be less because I don't have a whole lot. But you have seen it yourself where when the guys are doing the trees and I'm on that farm one, my spice trees fill up pretty fast. A lot faster than you're going to get it with your donkeys. You know, because that's what they're working on. So there's that. These things I won't sell for anything unless it's the juice because those are your lemons. But I really won't sell these. And if you haven't had it happen to you yet, the reason why... Oh gosh, look at that. The reason why I haven't messed around with these, I won't sell them, is simply because I have very little of them. So it's not worth my while. But on the flip side of the coin is I will definitely sell that, the spice, because my spice does get filled up and my juice does get filled up. So, I mean, it's kind of like weighing the pros and cons of, you know, what you want the most of. And I don't know. Like I said, you got... And here's the other thing. So, are you willing to go and put down, let's say, 1,000 donkeys and you have 575 of those spice trees? Because here's what happens. When you put down your 1,000 donkeys, they're going to eat wheat. Okay? But then when you put those 1,000 donkeys down, well, if they're not P5, you're going to constantly be getting one horseshoe. Okay? And there's that. So, yeah, you will get 1,000 for just that day. You know what I'm saying? For just that day. Whereas, for just that day, I think I will be getting a lot more ribbons than just what you get from donkeys. So, there's that. You know, maybe we all should just do the spice tree bandwagon because that's where your money is, or that's where your ribbons are. you know. Um, when I don't pay attention to it, for example, see, I'm not going to touch those tomatoes because if I, do that. Oh, I definitely think that. I mean, I, 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 I just don't see. That's what I'm saying. I don't see the purpose of having, even if it's hypothetically 1,000 donkeys, you're getting 1,000 ribbons from those donkeys, and then you got to wait a day. Okay? So when you got a farm that, is generating here, let me see. Hurry up, Poogie. When you have a farm that is these guys up here are doing 575. Okay, multiply that by 3. There you go, or 2. I think it's. Let me see. Let me see. How many do I get per tree? I think it's. If it's no 3, I get 3. Yeah, I get 3. So you multiply that by 3. See? I get 3 spice every time. Every single time. So I'm still getting more from them than I am from the donkeys. You just multiply it by 3. Even if for example they were P5s, you multiply that by 2. And if you use your let's say you use your favor, you're going to get more. So, well, see, I guess, friend, that, you just do your spice trees. I think you're better off. I mean, you know what? I mean, like I said, everybody has their own little way of doing things. And I say, if that's what floats your boat, that's what floats your boat. And if you think that that's the better way or the best way, God bless you. I don't. I just can't see putting down a whole big bunch of donkeys and we're having to wait 24 hours. I don't. I just don't. I think, and even Ace would say the same thing. We went through the nightmares of Easter, the very first event, a couple of years back. And let me tell you something, that was the worst nightmare. It was just a nightmare. And we didn't even have prestige. They were just plain out rabbits. So there's that. And maybe we did get prestige last year. I don't know. I can't remember. But it's just the idea that when you kind of realistically, it's like, well, what do you get the best of? And I learned this a very long time ago when I used to play this one game online. And there was these goblins, for example. And it was Final Fantasy. The main base players of the game were Japanese. And, one of the things I learned from them about that game was, you know what? It's better to go off and kill yourself a whole big bunch of goblins than it is to kill one monster and you're there for a long time trying to kill it. You get what I'm saying? So it made a lot of sense to me to just go around killing a bunch of goblins. Because I was actually getting, XP, even though it was obviously lower because they weren't high level bosses or monsters. But the bottom line is the key was I would be getting more XP just running around killing goblins than it was to go after one, strong monster that's going to take me a little longer than 5 minutes. See, that's the analogy that they used to have. They didn't do it the long way. Though I will tell you, they would take us to dungeons. I'm like, I ain't doing them things. No, I ain't going there. There was one mob in the, well, there was a couple, actually. But there was one mob in the game. It was this black blobby thing. Oh, it was disgusting. And but the Japanese, they love fighting it because uh, for them and the strategy that they used, it was easy. But if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to die real quick. So when I picked up the analogy of doing goblins over higher level monsters, it made perfect sense. So it's on the same analogy of, well, are you going to do spice trees or are you going to do donkeys? See? Same thing. If you want more, to me too, if you want more, let's say spice trees, then you know what you do? You go and put yourself down, you use 2 workers, and do another additional 575. So there you go. You know? I mean, there is no rule or rhyme that says you can't. But if you wanted to make your spice trees, just like if you put 1,000 spice trees down and have your workers on them, you're really going to be full of it, because I know for me, every day, twice a day, I have to sit there, like if I'm sitting there, especially even if I'm not on the event, yeah, I sit there and I wait. And matter of fact, like every morning when I log back, when I'm on my game, the first things I see is see the berries and the apples. Well, the tomato will make an exception. But you see what I'm saying? On my food groups, those are always full. Always. And then, I'll go do the factories. I never really sell them. The only one I will sell is my berry trees. So I'll go back into town. Go see her. Oh, wrong person. I go over here. This is what I do every morning. I'll go over here, go over here and get this. I do my berries. Because I know that, before end of day, I'm going to have to do this a few times. I know that. And because I don't use the peanuts for anything, same thing. And I think let me see, I'll tell you which one. Oh no, I don't really touch this one so much. But this one here, between this one and the pineapple, yeah, if they both get loaded really quick, yeah, I will cut it down a little bit. I do. And mind you, where the apples, I've got them, I don't bother. I just kind of say, okay, you can wait. And I make them wait. But I don't know. Honestly, I just think that when I mean, it maybe, I don't know. I just think that maybe they don't want to do the spice trees because they don't like doing trees. That could be another reason and a possibility. They just don't like doing trees, period. And who does? I do. It's like I used to say to my friend George in Farm Together one night. George would say, well, all my stuff is done. Now I need more money. George, go do your trees. But I just tell him all the time, do your trees, George. And he did. And I used to tell him, because you don't just have trees to sit around and look at. You have those trees that they're going to make you money. So, I mean, it comes down to making you money and giving you that product. But I'm not going to run my map with donkeys on them. Absolutely not, and I refuse to. I'm not going to suggest to you or anybody, oh yeah, just do the farm full of donkeys, or half donkeys, or 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 donkeys. Because you know what? You're the one that's going to be the one harvesting them, not me. I'm not saying that to be mean or anything, but it is what it is. The last flower. The last flower, meaning the poinsettia? Was that the last flower? I can't even remember. Let me see. The last flower would be Do you wait a minute? Do you get? Must be the pink ones. Did you get the pink poinsettias? And if you do, if you decide, at some point that you want to prestige, um, some of your, see, this is where it gets a little iffy. If you decide at some point that you want to prestige, let's say your poinsettias, um, I mean, it can be very, very costly. And don't let someone tell you, well, in the long run, you know what? Oh, the emerald. Oh, okay. So here's what I'm going to tell you about the poinsettias. And and just remember this is a rule of thumb with no matter what you prestige. Um, Let me go to my flowers. Yeah, my pretty flowers. Okay. Here's what happens. 225 million to do it to prestige 5. I know people have them at 10. God love them. But on the flip side is I just did not want to push it any more than what they were. I honestly did not. I did not. And and there's that. So what I'm just trying to point out to you is whatever you decide that you want to prestige, be careful because that's where you can really spend a lot of money. And I did a lot in the beginning with my the low level fish. I did that. I still didn't do that with the other ones either. So, but if you notice, like these are kind of a little bit more higher level type fish. But I really tried staying away from because from them. I did the emerald. Okay, so those I think was yeah, those I think were. I know which ones those were. Those were like the newer flowers. I think they gave us those as a deal. Not they kind of like gave us those. I'm pretty sure they did. Let me see. That's 2, 3. I'd have to. I think that was an. Maybe it wasn't. Oh, okay. And listen, seriously, just take your time about the prestige thing. Um, and you don't have to go crazy prestiging everything that you have, because that's where people have honestly have made a mistake doing is they prestige everything, and then when they do, it's kind of not worth it. Where the heck am I? Oh, there they are. Okay, no, they're not. Oh, I must have put. I don't even know what kind of flower they're for. Poppies. Oh, I finally got. I thought I did. Oh no, I got to prestige those to 5. Okay. I think I put them all up on the top. Yeah, I did, didn't I? Yep. They're. I can look at them. Um, these. No. No. There they are, right there. Candy stripe. I think. You know what? I think that was an event, honestly. Because you got the sprouts spectacle. That was an event. Like, see, like where they have the main events and then they have like this one here, like we're doing right now. This is an in between event. Yeah. And they, yeah, that's the Frosty pack. Okay. Um, I'm trying to find the darn things because I know there's more than just that one. I think that's one. Yep, there it is. They're a daisy type flower. Okay. See? Purple beauty phlox. Yeah. So, oh wait, I didn't want to be there. Yeah, let me just double check just to see. There's no flowers. The fish are fine. Okay, so I can go back to farm 1. And I think I'm going to call it a day, ladies and gentlemen. I want to go eat some this stuff called food. You know what I mean? I really eat food, believe it or not. But I'm very appreciative for all of you being here and watching and participating. It's much appreciated. And I'm very thankful for all of you to, come to my farm, do your dealios and stuff like that. Honestly, I do. So God bless you all for doing that. I appreciate it. And I love my lurkers. They're the best. I don't know what they do, but they're probably watching TV, playing another game. Who the heck knows? But whatever. They might be nodding off to sleep by now. I know I would be. I'm glad you caught my stream too. So with that, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day on this beautiful Sunday. Well, for some of you, it might be raining or snow. No, I don't even want to say the snow word. I just said it. Oh, my Lord. But again, thanks again, everyone, and God bless. And I hope you all have a blessed day. Thank you. And I love you guys. You take care.